Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. I look good, right.
Hello, La Liga. We have Froggy Fighters versus the Devs today, right?
That's correct.
That's good. Froggy Fighters here with 2 wins, 0 losses. The Devs with 1 win, 1 win. So looking for some redemption here from the Devs. Going to push up on the Group B. Okay. Is the Devs blue side this game? Alright. We're getting here into draft. Give us 1 moment. So what kind of picks are you expecting here, Feetless? Some high priority.
So I'm currently trying to pull up some of their op.ggs because I'm not familiar with a lot of the players, but obviously Hecarim's a huge priority pick in general, so I'm expecting it to be either pick or ban. For the bot lane, probably Lulu and other enchanters, just because enchanters are just so insane right now.
Yeah, out of the AD carry role, I'm expecting Misfortune. Probably not to get through ban phase. And if it does, blue team should look to pick it up first pick if they're able to play it. It's really powerful in this patch. Hecarim, like you said, I expect that to be somewhere here in this pick ban. I'm really excited about the top matchup because these players are very explosive.
Bro, that's so much.
Wait, are they explosive? DV4 seems like he's a big tank player. All right. Oh, okay. Sorry. DV4 has been a huge impact on these games, playing these main tanks, creating a rock for them to play around.
Played over 200 games of Shen in solo queue, so I would definitely expect that to either be picked or banned away. Obviously, the Ornn Mordekaiser, also major threats. Huge engage potential from Ornn, and Mordekaiser is able to just run away with games if he goes unchecked.
I'm expecting some creative things coming out in mid lane. Mid lane recently has been up for grabs. Things like Silas, Irelia are big picks, but there's also the mage players that are able to play the Azir and Victor. I wonder what's going to come out this game. All right, we have draft started up. Devs start off with the Lux ban targeting the support player here.
Not a bad ban. Lux is pretty insane right now. I've played a couple of games of her myself.
It takes out the Lux and Caitlyn lane, which is becoming a big problem recently. It was strong before. Oh, possible Silas ban like we were talking about before. Pinching the pools here. Oh, insta-lock on the Nunu ban.
Yeah.
That's expected with Ranger being a Nunu one trick. Ranger pulling out bans like usual. We expect a target ban towards top lane, with DV4 being the highest ranked. Maybe we see Ornn, Shen. They're going to go with the Akali. They're really pinching out. Time for change is champ pool. Aatrox. It looks like the devs have this champ select locked down. They know exactly what they want.
Pushing Aatrox plus played, 60% win rate. Pretty insane. Especially the amount of boost. Keeping a 60% with 40 games played is pretty difficult.
The last ban coming out from Froggy Fighters should look to maybe Misfortune's up. Oh, all three bans are onto the mid lane. All right, we have the Shen first pick with his signature pick. He will be able to make huge impact on that.
Oh yeah.
I like seeing that. I want to see Froggy Fighters to counter the top side. Maybe if they have an answer for the Shen, leaving it open like this, and maybe this Misfortune. Let's see. Sejuani is the answer. That's a really powerful flex pick. It can go jungle or top. And it should look for a favorable matchup, actually, into Shen. Let's see what Froggy Fighters have for their red 2 pick. They probably want to stray away from picking a jungle or top to leave this flex option open. We see Yasuo. Yasuo is a super strong duo with Sejuani. They're able to find 2v2s very often, and it's a dangerous kill lane. Very good at skirmish.
There is the flaw that Yasuo needs knockup, and Sejuani only has a single target knockup. But of course, in a 2v2, just targeting one person, it's pretty strong. And then he's a melee champ, so his autos will proc her ice buildup. And
you see the
early game that does mad damage.
See the devs lock in Irelia Diana, which will be matching this strong 2v2. There's going to be a lot of action around this mid lane. I want to see maybe them pick up either an enchanter or something from bot lane. Oh, they're actually gonna hit the Shen with
I
the
think that's
Mordekaiser. Does it?
confirmed Sejuani jungle.
Yeah, the Diana getting stolen away, so there's no Yasuo Diana option. The Mordekaiser getting picked up into the Shen, which is really strong. He's very comfortable on this pick too, so he should look pretty good up there. All right, we see a Jinx banned out, then Nami. Looking to target now the bot lanes, which both teams, that's all they have left is to pick the bot lanes. The enchanters, like we said, Jinx is out. Misfortune is open still. Let's see who is going to be able to ban that out or pick it up. Zillion is
Also
the
pretty
ban.
good ban, considering the Aurelia Diana. That's a pretty solid ban.
Yeah, it can really enable these skirmishers. Beautiful bans coming out, targeting the bot lane. I really like the Lulu ban. That thing can be a menace if it's left open. Froggy Fighters, think about what they want to prioritize here. Maybe they opt out of going Enchanter. They're going to
Very
pick the
safe.
Sivir.
Very safe. I would expect that they pick a roaming support, because Sever is extremely good at being self-sufficient.
Yeah, it also helps enable her really strong top side. Leave the Sivir, play towards top, pick up Heralds. Oh, this is the misfortune we were talking about. Red Ranger, famous on the misfortune, he has been bamming it out in solo queue, doing really well. He will pick it up. Now we're looking at only supports. I'd like to see... Ooh, the Mumu. The Mumu Misfortune is a deadly combo. Their ultis can stack on top of each other and wipe teams. The team fighting, the lane prowess, it's really good. We see the Janna come out from Froggy Fighters.
I like the Janna pick here. Obviously in lane, they can't really fight them in the 2v2, but they shouldn't die, right? And that's basically the big thing since they're looking for duels in the mid and top lane. It's more of just like staving off time, staying alive, giving over as little gold as possible.
Yeah, I expect the lane priority to go towards Froggy Fighters for the bot lane with the Sivir Wave Clear being really strong. With top lane, Mordekaiser is probably favorite, but this is going to be heavily dependent on jungle matchup.
You can't chase me for long.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really like the mid lane matchup. There's going to be a lot of action. Aurelia versus Yasuo. This one favorites the Yasuo actually in lane, but it heavily a skill matchup, but there's a lot of room for Yasuo to outplay. I'd like to see how Sejuani paths this game, because if she comes up with a creative 3 camp into a gank and gets one of these solo laners ahead, it can blow up in the game. It can set up for first drag, first herald, and that should be what they're looking for to find a win con here.
Yeah. This is production Proton player. Unfortunately, Fateless is having some feedback issues with his mic. As you might have heard, there were issues where the champions getting locked in or banned could be heard. So I will toss it up with Nico just for the draft. So I really like the Diana pick from Giuseppe Hack. He is pretty good on that alongside his Echo, and also denied the Yasuo Diana combo. Any thoughts on that, Nico?
Yeah, the Diana's really smart. I think it will get beat out pre-6 against the Sejuani Yasuo, or even the Mordekaiser Sejuani. But once it hits 6, it can really assist these laners and get some wombo combos and 2v2 fights. Skirmishes they should both be looking for, both teams, because whoever comes up on these skirmishes will be able to find the early lead and snowball this game.
Yeah. Also, push an LP, play some Mordekaiser, because his main champion, Aatrox, which he's pretty dang good on, got banned. Ranger, also pretty nasty on the Sejuani. That's another key pick from him. I'm excited to see how Sparks does on Yasuo, especially with Froggy Fighter's roster change due to unfortunate circumstances with Sporadic. Can we get some praises in the chat for Sporadic? Hope that he recovers well. Unfortunately, he had to drop out due to personal injury issues. So, I'm excited to see how Barotel does on this ADC. I haven't seen him play ADC. Previously, he was support.
Yeah. With scaling in mind, I feel like it favors the devs. Their team fighting can be really strong. They have great wombo combo opportunity with the Diana Mumu and the Misfortune. And they have a lot of they have the global Shen, which will allow them to find these pushing side lanes into teleporting into fights. They can also teleport on top of, Diana or Aurelia if they're looking for some of these picks on the sideline. So it'll be really scary to be able to match any of these champions in the side lane without a huge lead.
Also, examining this bot lane, I think the Amumu Misfortune is very strong. However, if Venom goes in and misses his ultimate or just gets locked down, that is a completely useless pick. Fleece might also, with that Janna ultimate, be able to disengage alongside Baratel having that spell shield. So we'll see how the bot lane of the devs uses this. They also do have a very large combo ability with that Shen ult into Diana ult and Amumu ult. So really, this depends on how well both of these teams can execute their win conditions. Any final thoughts as we go into the break timer?
Well, I hope to see these teams fight it out and not give it up until the final man drops, the next 6 explodes, because small mistakes can break open the game and have comeback.
All right, thank you, Nico, and hopefully Fateless will be able to be back for the game. So just stay tuned for this brief spectator delay break.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
All right, we're back. Froggy fighters here on this entrance defending. The game starts level 1. I would like to see something maybe come out from blue side. They have the Amumu, maybe get a deep ward in. Ranger able to get this ward and back for his sweeper. He will be happy
Both
with
teams have
that.
the exact same idea, stacking a bush. I love it.
Yep,
Very
stack it
defensive
up.
play. Neither of them want to actually risk the level 1 fight being outnumbered. Obviously, both teams have pretty solid level 1 CC. The Janna Q, Sejuani Q, if she wants to take that. Very
Yeah.
volatile lanes here as well.
I'm expecting probably a full clear out of this Diana. And this Sejuani hopefully looks for something within her first clear. Get something happening early on, blow a flash, and repeat gank it. They're both routing up this game, so action top and mid side is expected.
I can also see the Diana looking for an early gank mid. Obviously, you see Aurelia shoving up lane pretty hard already, just playing aggro, doing Aurelia things. But obviously with the Yasuo, no actual escapes other than flash. Does have the exhaust, so they might not be able to kill him, but definitely blow stones pretty easily if they did go for that route.
Yeah. I want to see red side, these side lanes to really push forward, get this priority. Sivir should get this priority, and Mordekaiser should get prio in these lanes. So with that prio, the Sejuani should be able to figure out a good game plan on how to open up this game for them.
Oh, absolutely. So one thing that we were talking about during the brief intermission was, how do both teams look for fights, right? Obviously, for Froggy Fighters, it's pretty obvious, right? They have the Sejuani, great hard engage. But beyond that, it's really like, what else do they have, like Sivir R into hopefully Yasuo hits the tornado? But when it comes to the Des comp, then it's like, okay, well, they have the Diana, which is obviously their like huge damage dealer, able to have the Shen R on top of her to just add up to like a disgusting combo. But then in the bot lane, there's also the Amumu. You know, Amumu, literally just a flash and R is such a great engage to look for fights. So we'll see how the Froggy fighters are able to deal with that in response to, you know, having one avenue to really start fights, and whether they're able to utilize this bot lane that they have, which is very heavy on disengage, to basically turn the fights that the devs look for into positive interactions for themselves.
Yeah, Ranger was able to use this top prio to secure himself first Scuttle Crab. Pushing P, looking for an engage on DV4. DV4 is able to E out on Shen. Nothing happens too big there, but they're able to defend Ranger going back into his jungle, and little trade up in top
A
lane.
trade of Scuttle Crabs here. Diana taking the bot Scuttle as we speak.
Yeah, Ranger finishing up his 6th camp. Diana has been done for a bit. She will look to do something here mid, but her respawning camp should be coming up after reset.
Yeah, I think she's really just
Ranger will
waiting
be
to see if
slightly behind.
Sejuani decided to pass there because Aurelia's pushed so far up. So
Yeah, she's still hovering
he's
mid.
just sitting on a ward. Just sitting on a ward. She did not, or Giuseppe did not opt out to get a sweeper.
Trading going on to the top lane. Pushing P got the level advantage. Is able to find a big chunk. Lee's here in the mid lane to try to help Yasuo get this pushed out. They're not able to fully do it. He's coming around. Diana finally gets her back off. This Sejuani actually is up a camp here after that Wolves camp. Ooh, trading coming on to the mid lane. Yasuo dodging out on the E. Good trade. Is able to get that crash fully down. What will he do with it? He might just stay with Sejuani looking here. Sejuani finds a ward. Ooh. Diana spots out a pink on her Raptors. Ranger looking to contest this thing.
Looking to zone off.
Ooh. Neither of them have to. Oh, the Diana has the smite, able to secure it, but the small one are able to get picked up by Ranger. Ranger hovering the bot side here. This Mumu is able to get a ward down. First drag is getting started up by Ranger. This is electric drag. This thing hurts, so he might need some help from his team. Sejuani does it pretty well.
Looks like
Diana
will be passing over to help out. Diana's currently doing red side Raptors right now, so nothing really to worry about when it comes to stealing. But of course, help never hurts.
Yeah. Like I said, using that bot, the side lane prio will help out this Sejuani. She's able to pick up the first drag. She was able to secure herself a scuttle, and Diana has just a few camps to show for it. But that's fine. This is expected. Oh, a move going onto the Sivir. Is able to find the first Q. The Shen ulti's coming in. They're flashing forward. Shen E misses.
Oh.
They're looking for the tower dive. That's 1, 2 tower shots going onto the Shen. Shen does not fall. But this Misfortune is looking for a bit more. The Janna survives with just 30 health. This big wave might
And
be
here's
lost.
Sejuani.
Oh, here's Sejuani coming in. This tower is getting TP'd on by the Mordecai. Sejuani going in really early, gets hooked up by the Amumu, but they're able to secure this wave. But that's not what you want to see from the red side. That's not.
Absolutely not. That's a lot of resources. Obviously, the TP, all of bot lane sums blown. Definitely not the ideal way that you want fights to go. Of course, you want to immediately spell shield the first bandage toss. Not sure exactly what happened. Probably cleansed it. I wasn't hand over whenever it was going down, but
Yeah.
did fortunately miss the second bandage toss, so they were able to live. I'm pretty sure the Sivir did actually toss up her spell shield for that one, so I don't think anything would have happened even if he did hit it anyways.
Yeah, we see here the Shen was able to. Oh, Froggy coming on in the mid lane. The Yasuo flashes out of the Diana R. They're not able to finish him off, but that's flash for flash. Yasuo is forced to back here. These plates might be going down mid. Mordekaiser secures a plate bottom lane. Sever secures 2 waves up top. Oh, Yasuo actually is able to stay and collect this wave and not lose any plates. That's pretty good. The
I'm
devs
expecting a Herald.
are hovering around Herald. They are not going to commit to it.
Walked all the way up. I would have liked to see the Amumu rotate there after Yasuo getting chunked, and then do it whenever he backs, and then they're outnumbered. Even if Sejuani's up, then if they engage for it rather than just try to steal, then they're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, this lane swap has been initiated. Sivir up to the top side. This happened because Shen ulted in the bot lane fight, and once that finished off, he teleported back top, and the bot lane was forced to walk up top to secure that wave.
So the Sejuani Ranger has actually started up the Herald themselves, but they know about it. The flash taunt missing. Aurelia coming in with a huge ultimate.
Big fight. This is the Herald fight we were looking for. The Sejuani will fall to Aurelia. Amumu is now onto the Sivir. Sivir might fall here. The Yasuo is fighting on the Herald. Sivir is falling to the Aurelia. Aurelia picks up the triple kill. The Yasuo picks up the double. That's a double knockup from the Yasuo. Who will secure this Herald? It is at 700 health. The Aurelia is pushing this Yasuo off. She will be able to... Oh, it resets!
Oh my goodness.
That is pretty tragic.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, they're not able to secure it right now, but that looks really great for the devs. Aurelia picking up a lot of these kills. That's going to explode her gold. This mid lane is getting more interesting by the second. Aurelia here with a 15 CS lead. Yasuo slightly behind.
So, something interesting that just happened was Shen just ulted MF to try to lane swap, so then he's matching the Mordekaiser again, but that's actually not happening.
Oh,
and now
onto the Sipper. She misses the spell shield. Honestly, they're looking to turn onto him with the Janna now here. They're not able to find enough damage. The devs are moving 2 more people down for this dragon. They have a Mumu and Diana down here. They should look to move up this river, control some of the vision, but all the vision right now is going towards the red side. Really dark. Here's Aurelia clearing out some vision. This might be a play. The knockup comes out onto the Aurelia. The Yasuo gets the ulti. She is going to get stunned up. She's now dropped in the mid lane. That's a big shutdown going to the Yasuo.
And both of these mid laners are just so huge right now, right? 3 kills on both of them. Obviously, Yasuo just got the shutdown gold. Probably going to be a little bit bigger, and we'll see what exactly happens around this drag that's going up.
Sejuani looking to clear his for her, but she might be in a bit of trouble. Amumu misses his bandage toss, is not able to find anything. Yasuo is now moving. He cancels his back. Sivir's here. They're kind of stuck in the pit. It got activated. They're going to be slowed up by this Ocean Drake. What will the devs do? Oh, Janna's a little deep. She will get taunted up by the Shen. Here comes the engage, but the Janna is able to peel it off. The Mumu gets a 3-man ulti. Here comes the Aurelia. Will she find 2 off of the ulti alone? The Mumu ulti is just beautiful with the Diana. They're able to find the AoE team fight that they're looking for. Beautiful play. It looked problematic, but they're able to turn it around.
Oh, it was so scary there. And then Aurelia got the beautiful TP flank. Obviously, they were doing extreme amounts of damage, and the Aurelia ult just tops it all off. It was very, very close fight. That could have gone extremely poor for the devs.
Yeah, they were stuck in the pit, but they're able to find the fight. Oh, Diana looking to be a little bit caught out here. Will Sejuani find the damage? It forces the Diana to push out, flash out. Oh, here comes the Shen ulti on top of the Diana. They're looking for a play. Yasuo is here. Aurelia is here. Will anything happen? The Shen taunt misses. They're fighting for this blue buff. The misfortune is very far. Same with the Mumu, so they're going to back out from here for now.
Yeah, I think that was just a miscommunication error. I'm pretty sure that Shen or Diana was able to just walk out on their own. And Aurelia and Diana don't have their ults up right now. So it's like, can't really look for an actual fight on a large scale. Maybe like a 1v2, 2v2, but other than that, it's really pointless to Shen ult there.
Ooh, the Mumu Q does land. Will he get punished for it? He might be overcommitted. No.
No, what is this?
Beatless,
poor
with
money.
this game state, there's a 3k gold lead onto the blue side. They're tied in drags. Who do you favor coming into this next fight? Second Herald's up. Plates are falling.
Yeah,
Huh?
I'm trying to. Nico, do you know where to change the?
Oh. There's a fight coming in the mid lane. Sorry. Oh, the Yasuo was able to pick up the kill on the Irelia.
So open and shut. Yeah. How do I get my names back on? I turned off names a while ago. Like on the.
Yeah, I'm not positive, but oh, fight coming out on the bot lane. Amumu looking onto the Sivir. He dodges the ulti with the spell shield. Not enough damage is coming out from Red Ranger. Second Herald is possibly the next fight. Red team started it up, had to give it up. They're going to reset on Ranger. The Herald now resets. Got it. This is looking really good for the devs. They're going to pick up the second Herald, probably without contest. They should look to possibly break open mid lane to allow these roams and unlock Irelia.
I mean, first tier mid tower is just such a pivotal point in the game to unlock more of the map, just because of its position and like the pathways in and out of the jungle that you're able to get to by using it. It's like that's basically the start of almost every snowballed game, in my opinion.
Yeah. There's a sequence you want to break down the tier 1s, then once you have that, you start stealing all the camps. Play might be happening onto this Diana. She is able to take the blast plant, but the Sejuani's on a wide gap closer is going to go out. The Shen is ulting in. The Diana ults 3 of them, but now she is death realmed and is able to drop him. Oh, the Shen's death realmed. The Sejuani flashes over the wall before he even comes out, is able to stun him up, knocks him up. Will they be able to get this dive? Ranger's looking for more, but he's not able to find it. Irelia is coming from around. Will she look for this fight? She
really
flashes the ulti. She gets a quadruple dash. She is flashing out. The Yasuo has a lot of damage. She's not able to pump out the damage to kill all 3. That Yasuo flashing away from the Irelia ulti was really big. She was not able to get the reset off of him, and he was the main damage dealer without him dropping.
I love the gusto though. He saw 1v3. I want that. You know what I mean? Just immediately engaging.
Oh, Amumu going over to engage. This Janna walked up way too far, and
not what you want to do.
Venom is able to find a great pickoff on her. Good punish. Aurelia's TP is going out onto the mid lane. Second or third drag is coming up. Oh, Shen cancels the back. That will delay the move towards drag, but looks like red team has full control, and they're starting it up here. Diana sneaking over the wall, still has to buy time for her team. That goes to the red team.
Yeah, I think they were just deciding to give it up. Diana was the only person there whenever they started it, so it looked pretty doomed.
Yeah. You see 4 people here, or is this all 5 in the mid lane from the blue team, picking off that tier 1 to finally open up the map. They have the tier 1 bot lane 2. Now they're going to be able to start getting these deep vision, and hopefully they're able to control the vision so they're able to pick up the next objectives.
And one thing that I'm scared about for like the Froggy Fighters is that where do they start like really winning the game? It's like their win con, like Yasuo, I guess. Obviously Mordekaiser's like an insane beefcake, and it's gonna take a lot of time to burn him down. But looking at the team comps, it's like with their bot lane not being like extremely ahead just because they haven't died like at all and just have been free farming for 20 minutes. It's pretty scary knowing that the MF is just as strong as you, and MF being such a strong champion right now, she's gonna outdamage you in almost every scenario. Has an insane ult for team fights. It's a really daunting game right now for the Froggy Fighters. I feel like it's just gonna be a very slow and like painful loss in my eyes.
Yeah, their win cons here, the Yasuo, and they are ahead on the Dragon stack. We see Infernal Soul. So let's see if they're able to play towards those win cons. I'd like them to see controlling the vision like they've been doing, and getting Yasuo to maybe find a flank. If a flank happens and Red Ranger is able to get shut down quickly, there could be some hope into this team.
So one thing that I'd like to note is the itemization choice for Irelia. She actually opted out to get Divine Thunderer instead of Immortal Shield Bow. I'm no expert on Irelia, so obviously like every scenario that you take each item, I'm completely unaware of, but it's gonna prove to make her a little bit tankier. And here the devs actually start Baron.
Red Ranger canceling his ulti on the Baron, trying to burn it fast, but it was canceled. But this should get burned down. Amumu ulting too.
They're just all tossing their ults at it. What's going on?
Hey, they're trying to burn it down as fast as they can, and they're actually able to do it with, red side sending so many bot. It was a good punish from them. That's a big gold and XP that they're getting from that, and they should be able to start breaking open these towers. Tier 1 top lane is still up, and these tier 2s have a lot of gold in them, so I would like to see them start sieging down these towers. Ooh, they're looking onto the top lane. Red side has 4 people. They're looking onto the Misfortune. She's getting away, but it won't be enough. Oh, now the counter play on the opposite side. Irelia flashes forward, gets the ulti onto the Yasuo. Will he be able to walk it off? No, that's also the Shen flash taunt, and he's able to pick up the shutdown onto the Yasuo.
Not completely certain that was worth 2 flashes. Obviously it was a shutdown, only 150 extra. They might get an objective off of it, but that's 2 pretty big flashes blown for like potential engages. Obviously flash R from Irelia and flash taunt from Shen. So we'll see if Froggy Fighters are able to like punish that at all, but unfortunately what's done is done. They'll probably be able to find plenty of engages with Amumu and Diana anyways. Diana does still have flash, so it's just another way to force a fight.
Yeah, with how the Misfortune getting picked off on the top side, they probably felt pressured to make a, cross-map play. Here comes the Dragon setup. I really like how the devs have the vision control this time. They're going to try to hold down this river, but Red side is able to push in. They have this control over this pixel ward. Drag is started up. Ranger taking a chunk. Misfortune can have a good angle. Oh, the Misfortune ulti goes out. The Sejuani is able to confirm the dragon. Diana's alone here. She's on to 3. That's a big stun. Amumu goes in, but is not able to throw it up. the Mordekaiser is able to kill 2 people in the back line. That is a huge swing. The third drag is picked up, and they're able to secure that fight with Diana going in a little early.
I would just like to emphasize how beautiful that Janna ult was, right? Literally knocked the Amumu away, and he still pressed R, but like a mile away from hitting anybody. That was so well played by Fleas.
Yeah. It was great, but it seems a little miscoordinated by the devs.
Oh yeah.
Oh. No, nothing's gonna happen here.
Like while all of that was going down, DD4 was just pushing mid. Like sure he got the tier 2, but now they're at soul point. So next time, next dragon, it's like it's either they fight them or they get soul, and that's a win con that we've talked about a little bit, right? Obviously, soul does massive damage over the course of a fight with these tanky champions. So we'll see how the next dragon plays out in how many minutes? I don't see Drag's timer.
Yeah, it should be 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes. This is looking a lot better for Red side. They still are in a gold deficit, but these items are getting picked up. The Sivir is on her 2 items, which makes her really strong. Mordekaiser is a menace with his 2 items, and Yasuo should be picking up his 3rd item here soon.
This Mordekaiser is just an absolute unit right now. Something that I would like to emphasize is that at one point, the Mordekaiser was actually 2 levels up on Shen. I'm not... It probably just comes down to, and here's a fight down in bot lane.
Oh, Yasuo is getting picked off. He's not able to turn it onto the Shen or the Irelia. There's more happening. But Mumu's looking onto the Janna. She is chunked out. Will Shen be able to finish it off? Sivir is running away with her ulti. Janna is just able to squeak out of there with her life. That was a close call.
That just seemed so pointless to happen, you know? Like, I'm not sure what exactly all happened and why he was found there, but it's like they don't have any vision in the lower part of their red jungle. Obviously, they have some in the upper parts, but you have to respect the fact that they could be, you know, in red buff with especially with it being an Inferno map. You know, it's easier to get through that area now.
For sure. You have Baron spawning in 1 minute. Drag soon after. Oh, ZWD looking for an engage onto Red Ranger. Red Ranger might be in a bit of a trouble. He is able to walk it off. Sivir is dumping out the damage. Diana goes in, finds 2, is able to drop the ZWD. Mordekaiser is going to be fine here. The Irelia is looking for a bit more. She does not find it. The Janna is peeling beautifully. He also here asking for some action. Will he find it? He finds the tornado onto that Irelia, but there's no follow-up.
That could have potentially been so bad for the dev.
Irelia finds 2 people with their ulti. Will there be more? Oh, she gets Mordekaiser round, but nothing will come from it. This game has action after action with these skirmishing comps.
Oh, absolutely. They're just looking to brawl. Froggy fighters, they're kind of in a position where they kind of have to look for these fights to try to snowball their lead onto Yasuo, and now their lead onto Sivir a little bit more before it's just kind of like they're facing a Shen, Diana, Aurelia, and a Mumu that all take, you know, 5 seconds each to kill, on top of the Misfortune who's just shooting and doing true damage and punching through from a mile away.
Yeah. We have drag spawning. Red side currently have the vision control. Blue side has bot lane pushed out. It won't be answered right now, but mid lane is yet to be contested. Pushing OP is going to push this thing out. Both top laners are fighting for control here. Drag is now started. Oh, Amumu's looking for the engage. He finds 4 people with his ulti. He's onto the Sivir. Sivir cleanses down. Is now trying to run away. Diana gets ulted in. She finds 2. Will there be any more? Yasuo gets burned down by the Aurelia. Now he falls. Aurelia is able to find 2. They're now onto the Sivir. Sivir drops. There's 3 people low. Will this Mordekaiser coming out of the mid lane will be able to find anything? Aurelia's a big problem. He gets stunned up by the Aurelia. Now ulted. Is he fine? He's gonna death bomb her. It's 1v1. He is gonna drop that shield and he kills 1. He's not able to find any more. The soul is picked up by the Mordekaiser. That is a ginormous play by pushing LP. Sadly, he's caught with his pants down trying to push out the mid lane and they lose the fight, but he's able to retrieve some losses.
That was an insane ultimate coming out from Venom to start the fight off. The MF ult did get canceled by the Janna. Once again, Fleas is just so good at Janna, honestly. Really showing how it's done with these tornadoes. But that fight could have ended so poorly for either side. And obviously, when you look at it in the grand scheme, I think that Froggy Fighters actually got the higher end just because they got Soul. The Mordekaiser coming in late, picking off 1, stealing Soul, which is insane. So unfortunate to see that happen for the devs.
Yeah. Not sure what happened to Smite, but it must have been used during that chaotic fight. Baron was picked up, though. Let's see what they can do with that. They're looking to group up mid, possibly. They have the side lanes pushed out. 1-3-1 is what their move is.
So Aurelia does currently have TP up, and so does Shen. Obviously, he's going to RN if he chooses to join the fight anyways. But just to note that Yasuo does not have either of his sons up, and the Mordekaiser does have TP. So if the Yasuo is able to get the roam off early enough, then they're able to make it a 5v5. But he has to match the Aurelia, or she's just going to take inhib if he's not careful. So that's one thing that they could definitely use to get a solid fight to, you know, go for an inhib. And if they end up getting like a really good fight that the Froggy Fighters don't want, then it could even be game at this point.
No, Fleas has been doing a phenomenal job controlling this vision. They're constantly creating this pressure because of the vision advantage that they have. She has all this mid lane, around this mid lane, blown up with vision, so there's no fear of any flank, and they're able to safely clear out these Baron-empowered waves.
Oh, absolutely. Fleas has been performing so well this game in my, like, I'm actually just so impressed. Obviously, I've not been able to watch a lot of these games. I haven't been able to cast any of these games until this one, but like,
here, he gets ulted up by the Diana. The Sivir's trying to help out, but she gets caught up by the Aurelia ulti. Aurelia's looking for more people. Yasuo is able to find 1, is able to get the ulti off on the Aurelia, but Aurelia is too big of a problem. She's healing too much. She's able to find some few people. The fight is problematic for the red side, but the Mordekaiser is going to... Oh, he fails to flash over the wall, trying to look for DV forward, but is not able to find it. This siege is looking good for the devs, I think.
I mean, they ran out of Baron.
Trade?
Baron buff's over, so it was a potentially good fight. The MF ult, it was off-angled a little bit for all of where the action was going on. It was just a little bit too far to the left, or else that could have been detrimental for Froggy Fighters in that fight.
Yeah. Able to fear off any of that Baron. They're defending every tower that was up before it. They have the soul, and they are really powerful during these fights.
What is honestly incredible is that their Froggy Fighters is 4K down right now. Just about 4K down. And they're still able to look for their own fights, right? They're still being proactive. They're still making it look like it's not that big of a deal that they're 4K down, right? I'm extremely impressed with the way that Ranger's looking for these fights and the way that they're communicating as a team. I'm kind of surprised that they've only really been, for the devs, that is, for them to really only be looking for the Amumu to start the fights, just because, like, yeah, obviously it's like, he's a tank, he's a support, isn't meant to do damage, it's only meant to run in, press R, but I would have definitely liked to see a lot more, like, Diana flash in, huge Diana ultimate into Yasuo ult, or, sorry, not Yasuo ult, into Aurelia ult, but I actually think that that's one of the reasons that Froggy Fighters has been able to maintain, like, getting all of these dragons, you know, still looking for their own fights versus just playing on the back foot, right? There was been multiple times where it actually looks like the devs are on the back foot when I feel like they should be the ones pressing forward almost every time in every situation.
Yeah, we have Elder spawning here. Oh, look at devs. They're bush cheesing here. The Janna tornado is going to spawn out 4 of them. They all get knocked up, slowed up. The Elders now spawned. Who will look to make the first play? Who's going to pull the trigger? Will it be Diana or will it be Ranger that has been finding these fights all game? Pushing LP, looking and prowling. The tornado goes out. Okay, the Mumu flash ulti's on fire. The Misfortune ulti is going to shred 3 of them. They all drop instantly to the Misfortune ulti. Will Sivir and Yasuo find any more? The Shen ulti is a huge shield. Yasuo is able to find 1 trade back, but the Sivir is running away. She will clear out the bot wave, but the devs come out with the fight win. They're TPing mid. They're looking for the end, actually. Screw the Elder. We're gonna take the Nexus.
That is what I have been waiting for. Just a huge wombo combo of ults. So Amumu actually flashed in and basically stopped 2 people from getting into the fight, which was huge because then it just opened up the other 3 to just get completely womboed by the Aurelia, Misfortune, and Diana. Just beautiful play by Venom once again.
Best flees here by alone, and she's not able to defend out the base. Devs
That is
picked up.
game 1 to the devs.
Game 1. What a scrappy match. That was... I really enjoyed that game. Very proactive on both sides. A lot of fighting. I would hope to see that coming out of the next game.
Oh, absolutely. And they need to... Froggy Fighters need to revise their champ select, in my opinion. I think that they need to pick something with a better win con versus just the Yasuo and Mordekaiser. They aren't really that great of hyper carries versus the MF, which is the best ADC right now. And of course, then there's also the Diana, huge burst, Aurelia, insane champion still. I think that it really just all comes down to champion select. So we'll see what happens this next time in game 2.
Welcome back. So, what would you like to see out of Froggy Fighters coming out of that game 1 with draft adaptations?
Either team fight, like heavy team fight, like I'm talking like AoE, like possibly a Rumble. I don't know if anybody on their team plays Rumble, or um, try to get the Lulu in first round, and then go Lulu Cog or like Lulu Twitch, something that does insane amounts of damage, just as a 2v2 because their bot lane extremely solid, right? They were playing weak side for the large majority of that game. So I'd like to see them actually funnel more resources into their bot lane and see if they're actually able to carry with them.
Yeah, I'd like to see Froggy Fighters either pick up the MF or ban it away if they're not able to play it. That thing looked really good coming out of Red Ranger.
Oh yeah, I mean their first pick this round, so they could definitely do that.
I wonder if they're gonna run it back with the heavy 2v2 mid laners, or if they're gonna slow it a little bit down and play some mages. I doubt that's what we will be seeing, but it might happen.
I mean the devs, they had a lot of success on that comp. Obviously, there were some points where it was kind of getting scary for them, right? Frog Fighters were able to find some really good fights just with Ranger on the engage. So I'd like to see, maybe pushing LPs on somebody who can pick some fights, maybe a Camille, just to add to the Sejuani pick, right? I love the Sejuani pick for Ranger. I think that's a really solid pick that you should definitely pick up. Right now we're matching bans as last game, Silas and Nunu coming out. We'll see what Froggy Fighters decide to ban next. The Echo again.
Yep. It's the target bans the mid laner for the Froggy Fighters, and the devs forced to ban out these one tricks. Lux comes out like expected. Very similar to game 1. Let's see if they're gonna triple ban the mid lane. They're scared. Yeah, the Aurelia was dangerous last game.
It was a huge impact last game.
Yep. It looked like he was very comfortable on it, so taking him off of the comfort is gonna help out. Ooh.
And the Sejuani ban.
I like that ban. Ranger looked really good on the Sejuani.
Oh,
he was able to find so many fights for them.
Like if Ranger wasn't on the Sejuani and so comfortable on it, and he didn't know like what he could do and what he can't do, then I think that there's definitely a lot of potential that the devs just completely rolled them that game, versus the Froggy Fighters actually being able to proactively look for their own fights and actually do some stuff themselves. Picking away the Shen. Now that is Chad if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Taking the Shen away as the B1. I like that play. Let's see if I would expect that
I mean, it leaves Misfortune open.
Yeah, it does leave Misfortune open. Red Ranger looked great on that. I'm sure DV4 knows the Shen counters, and we'll be able to find something really good into that. They actually opt into the Sivir over the Misfortune. This looking like they swap players or something here.
Yeah, it does.
I had to double check, but yeah, this is right. Sivir's picked up. The Shen was picked up for Froggy Fighters.
And the Thresh, okay. I always love to see Thresh picks, man. I love that champion so much. He's my goated ass champion. Like, I will always be a fan of seeing Thresh picks, alright? So, obviously, it all depends on what Froggy Fighters choose for their bot lane, because there's some bot lanes where it just feels so pointless playing Thresh. Obviously, he's already able to stop the Shen taunt with his Flay, a Leona pick.
Yeah, speaking of the Flay,
You get Misfortune instead, okay.
I like that Misfortune steal. So they're trading 80 carries. Misfortune I like as the priority, but yeah, the Thresh is always a blast to watch. Especially coming out on this game. We see Froggy Fighters pick up the Nami, which
So that's a
is
really good pick into Thresh. Obviously, low mobility character, and then Misfortune's low mobility as in terms of dashes, but the move speed buffs that they're able to get is actually able to kind of counteract the Sever's ult, at least a little bit. So hopefully that will work out for them. And then the Zac pick for the devs.
the
Fantastic
Zac
engage,
pick.
man.
Yeah, Ranger loves these tanky frontline boys that can find these fights. He's the one that does it best, and he's choosing the Zac here, which I love because Froggy Fighters have no way to stop it right now with the Nami pick and the Misfortune. That thing will fling in and likely knock up your team.
All right, so bans targeting the jungler now with the J4. Maybe they're satisfied with the mid bans. I mean, that's another jungle. Sorry, I was looking at the other side. Another jungle ban coming out from the devs.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was not Ranger that picked Zac. This is Giuseppe that picked the Zac. So it's stealing that away from Ranger.
Yeah. But of
yeah.
course, it's still a fantastic character. I know that's gonna be another mid lane ban coming out from Froggy Fighters. I'm not completely certain what Sparks has for like a pocket pick or anything, but I hope it's good because he's banning a lot of these really strong mid lane, mid and late game carries.
Yeah, I like that ban. Targeting out these mid laners.
4 bans to mid lane. That's just insane. They're giving so much respect over to the devs mid laner here. And we'll actually see if it's a 5th ban. And
Yeah.
it's going to be a Belveth ban.
Yes, Belveth ban?
Yes.
Okay.
They're
Belveth.
typing in the party chat right now.
I see that now. So Yasuo banned out, Jarvan and Belveth for the devs. So for this red 4th pick, I would like to see mid lane or possibly top, but saving that top counter pick. Oh wait, we see Shen already, so whatever that DV4 likes to play into Shen.
Definitely save counter pick for mid lane. Just because there's 5, they're just target banning at this point. Like that's just so BM. So Diana mid.
Yeah, it could be Diana mid. It could also be Zac top, actually. I've seen that be going around. It's really powerful into these tank matchups.
The Trundle. Oh, please play Trundle. I love that champion.
The Troll King
Oh
himself
yeah,
gets locked
and they
in.
locked in Trundle. That's what I'm talking about. So that's just such an insane pick. They're able to disrupt the fights so much with the pillar. He's actually able to stop Zac engage with it, by the way, if he does it correctly. So either he pillars on top of like where Zac's about to land and stops the knockup, or he hits it mid engage. Either way will work. And then the Swain getting picked up for the mid lane on the side of Froggy Fighters.
Yeah, I really like that Swain pick. It's gonna be really strong with Diana and Zac diving into you. You pick up that Rylai's and you become a big menace. Yone is picked up for the mid laner here. It's gonna be a spicy one again. You got the Yone Zac Diana.
Do Do you think Diana's going top or mid?
I believe that Diana's actually jungle, but it's still up for debate. Zach could be top, Zach could be jungle. I'm not sure if DV4 is able to play that Zach top.
Yeah, I've never seen a Zach top personally, or at least like not in a very long time. Of course, I've been away for 9 months, so if it is like a thing that has been circulating, obviously I was really surprised when I saw Sejuani top. It's pretty cool seeing that being played, but we'll definitely see, and then that'll change the potential matchups just so much. If it's Zach top versus the Shen versus or words. If it's
Yeah,
the Zach top versus Shen or one of the carries versus the Shen, because Shen is able to be extremely oppressive in the first few levels. We didn't see it last game because he was playing against a Mordekaiser, but one thing that Shen players will often do is actually take Flash Ignite and then just rely on ulting to influence the map. So they'll basically just look for kills in lane using Flash and Ignite and then just ult wherever they need. I've played plenty of that. It's really cheesy. He's an extremely strong duelist in the early levels, so we'll definitely have to see how that works out for them.
yeah. It's DV4 locking in the Zach here. It
All right.
does look like it's going top lane. I love the devs draft here. It's super flexible. They're showing off how they're able to move their parts around like a chess. And they're able to throw the Diana jungle, Zac top, and pick up that R5 counter pick mid lane with the Yon.
See, this game looks a little bit better for Froggy Fighters when it comes to draft. Obviously, they have the Shen, extremely powerful fight. And then in terms of hard engage, it's really just like Shen flash taunt and Nami ult, and then of course they can look for picks with the Trundle Pillar and the Swain E. But other than that, they're not going to be enabling the Swain very much, or Swain won't be enabling other CC very much because there's not very much to enable, if I'm honest.
Oh,
So we'll see how that all works out.
Feetless. They got rid of that. Swain don't do that no more.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
I missed so much in the past 9 months. That's insane.
yeah. But yeah, Swain really wants everyone to come into him. Same with most of this team. So they want to be setting up for these objectives really early, being there first, and making sure that the enemy team comes into them. And with how Fleece has been playing, with all of her ward setups and, objective control, they should be able to find that as long as they're not falling too far behind.
So looking at the drafts side by side, once again, it looks like the devs just have all the power to pick the fights, right? Obviously, Thresh Q for picks, and then Yon ult, Diana engage, and Zac engage. They don't have a lot of ways to actually stop it beyond Nami ulting, and then just like everybody just running away, or like Misfortune E on top of it and running away, Trundle Pillar running away. But it's not the same disengage that they had last game with the Janna to try to bide some time and hopefully they scale with the Sivir. But right now it's kind of looking like on either side, it kind of looks like there's a timer uh, on both ends for either jungler to basically mess up the mid lane as much as possible, because you don't want a Swain being extremely fed. He gets really tanky in the later levels. And then, of course, Yon, we all know, we've all had it happen to us. Just a Yon just completely running away with a game.
Yeah. I'm expecting this game to start off a little slower than last game with how these new picks have evolved, but a lot of action once these objectives start spawning. And we're going to go to our spectator delay break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
can drive, but if you do, call me.
Devs looking for a cheeky level 1 invade. There is no 5-point coming out of blue side. They're going to be able to walk in with no vision.
The Nami's pretty far back. I don't know if they'll be able to catch her.
They see the invade, get spotted out. Trundle was able to trade vision onto the enemy red. His Fortunes gets the E off. She has Comet this game. She might have that nice mana flow band stacked up there. Yeah, she got a mana flow band stack.
I'm actually not a fan of the Arcane Comet. Obviously, it provides some more poke, so they'll be able to push out lane and look for prio on neutral objectives more, but I think that PTA just offers so much damage that you just can't ignore it, in my opinion. I think that's a pretty crucial flaw that has been made by Baratel.
Yeah.
And here, Thresh and Severo actually sitting in Tri-Bush, looking for a cheesy. They bailed out.
Yeah, opting into just getting the prio on the wave, not having a leash. Both teams know where the jungler started with their early vision. Diana is looking for that 6 camp. The
Train coming out top lane. Zach is already extremely low.
Oh yeah. Trundle's going buff, and he might look to gank up top really early with like a level 3 gank. Ooh, Diana also looking here. Zach still being level 1. He hits 2. Shen engages onto him, is able to slow him up. Did not hit the taunt, but now Diana's coming in. Zach has blob, so he should be fine. The flash comes out of the Shen, and will he be able to get out? He does get out. Trundle's now on his way. He has double buffs. Diana is going to walk it off. He might meet him in the Tri-Bush. This Trundle is scared. He has PT. He's on to Giuseppe. Giuseppe has to flash away, but the Trundle flashes forward and gets the first blood onto the Diana. What a great play. Heads up play right there. Has the double buffs, has the PTA, is able to find him on that tri-bush and just smack him up.
And that is just pathing difference. The Diana went for W second, even though was looking for a level 2 gank. Probably should have preemptively chosen E and then just directly went there from red, but that's not what Giuseppe decided to do, so kind of resulted in the gank being kind of a wash, and then the Trundle decided to go double buff Gromp to get level 3 and just capitalize.
Yeah, there's a fight going on mid lane. Ooh, Swain gets a nice chunk onto the Yone, but Yone will retaliate with some damage with his E. This is pretty bad for Swain considering he has no TP. Yone will be able to back it up and TP back in and have a really nice lane to come to.
Man, it feels like I just blinked and the Swain was at 120 HP. That's so crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of trading going on mid and top. And this Diana's gotta be really hurting with that early death. Trundle steals the big raptors, so she only gets the baby ones. So, we have Dragon spawning here in 20 seconds. How are you feeling about this?
I think that if Froggy Fighters want to take it, it's theirs. The Trundle is huge already. He has a Sheen from its first back, which is just so much damage that Diana right now only has a dagger.
Flash is forced out mid lane on the Yone, so an extra layer of pressure coming out from that Trundle. Yeah, back to what you were saying. Looks like mid lane's gonna have prio. Bot lane right now has priority, so if Trundle feels like he wants to strike, he can take it.
So right now, Giuseppe's actually counter jungling the Romp and might be looking for a dive onto the Shen. He's pretty low. Or actually, that's a bail out DV4.
Yeah, DV4 got the blob popped, but will Diana trade back? That is one health from pushing up P, is not able to finish off, but the Zac flashes forward, is able to finish him off, has to deal with the wave, but he will be fine. Does not die to the tower, and is able to pick up a plate while he's at it.
That was an excellent flash coming out from DV4. And meanwhile, obviously, they see the jungler top lane, so Trundle will be securing the first dragon of the game at 6 minutes. Just a Cloud Drake, so hopefully one of the, or whatever the soul is going to be a little bit more interesting. We'll see what the next thing ruled out will be here in a second. Mountain. Okay, so it's going to be a more interesting dragon coming out.
Yeah. Pushing LP feeling great about these trades, but Diana has been hovering the Zac, being able to support him if ever his blobs are about to get popped. Another fight coming out of this top lane, but pushing LP is getting the advantage. No blobs, you know, for this next time if he does drop.
And that's what I was talking about. The Shen is just such a strong duelist in the 1v1. It's incredible. So playing carries against him, that's why I was saying like he'll just take the ignite, because a squishy champion who just built, you know, whatever daggers or AP items, then they'll actually be getting ignited, killed in that situation, being, you know, 200 HP.
Yeah. Please, now no flash. Both flashes are down for blue side. They have, the devs have a great summoner's advantage bot side. They should look for a gank with this Diana with now her ulti coming up. Should be some action going on down there.
Yeah, so what I
Harold-
expect to see is the Diana backing, or immediately looking to get Baron, but if she doesn't, then she'll probably be backing, getting boost, and then going down to bot lane looking for a gank.
Yeah. Looks like she wants to opt into the Herald play. This is spotted out by the Trundle. Swain is trying to get his mid pushed out. Will they look to actually contest this? This Herald's going down really slow. They're stuck in the pit. Swain W hits 2. They're just looking to shred down the Trundle, but it's not going to happen. Shen ulti's coming out. Will they be able to finish Ranger off? Ranger is flashing away. He is still alive. Giuseppe has to flash forward to finish him off. He does. The Diana is going to drop to the Swain. And Zach is able to make it out with his life, but they are going to lose Herald for that.
That is just so unfortunate.
Herald
Again.
Oh, play coming out of his bot side because there's no flashes. The Fleas is going to drop. Now, Beryl is looking to trade onto the Thresh. Thresh does go down. The MF should be able to get this wave pushed out. Red Ranger is not able to push out this wave, and he's in a bit of trouble. Oh, but we have Zach roaming down to bot lane.
Roaming down.
Oh, actually gets his flash.
Blows the flash. I do not think that was needed, personal opinion, but probably panicked a little bit.
I like the swagger of it. You know, he flashes the Zach Q and then puts up the question mark emote as if he did something. Oh. MF is able to crash the wave. Will she stay for more? Diana hovering the spot side, making sure that Red Ranger is able to get that back off. Ten minutes in, the devs are at a deficit, but I think that they should be looking pretty good coming up for this next drag. They have a big spike on Yon. He should be able to find some priority here.
So if the mid laners are actually in the fight, I actually would favor it over to the Froggy fighters, just because Swain is so big right now, has Lost Chapter, Fiendish Codex, got that CDR, basically he's never going to run out of mana now. Insane wave clear potential, he'll be able to shove out waves a lot faster than Yon will be able to, or should. And we'll see what happens when it comes to who's able to rotate first in the bot lane. I think the Sever could potentially be more impactful depending on how the MF ults, but we'll just have to see about that one.
Yeah. You see Flea's setting up that vision like has been, but looks like they're going to be fighting for the control of this river. Giuseppe and Yon are able to take out some wards, get that river control, and look for a fight mid lane, actually. When should be fine. Oh wait, Diana is able to land the Q, but can't find any more.
But he's chunked.
Zach is here. Will he be able to finish him off? He gets ulted up by the Nami, gets knocked up. They have to run away from the Swain. Shen is not able to find the taunt onto him, but he gets bubbles. He's not able to find the Zach kill. Oh, Yon is onto the Nami. Well, this is looking really bad for the devs. They are getting completely pushed out of the mid lane.
On the backside.
Several ulti gets popped to try to help disengage. Misfortune is able to find one with the double up. And the devs are backing with their tails tucked between their legs.
That just seems so unnecessary by the devs, right? They chunked out the Swain. He had to go back. He doesn't have TP, right? What's keeping you from just turning and going to get control over Dragon? You know what I mean? Like, there's no... One of their strongest members right now is out of the fight. you should just turn and look for Dragon. You guys have a Yone who's healthy, but instead the Yone greeds trying to get the Swain, after Zach also greeds trying to get the Swain. Just seemed like a lot of needless fighting there.
Yeah, I fully agree. Their goal was to help the Yone get that wave pushed out so they can move into the river, but instead they choose to fight and it was not successful. Oh, fighting going on top lane. These are two beefy boys, not...
Yeah, they're just tanks. I don't think either of them are going to die solo unless one of them's just like seriously messing up or like AFK or something at this point.
Yeah.
Like mid lane, the Yone is obviously trying to scrap as much as possible. The Swain's always looking for these charges, and to respond to him, it's kind of like he has to go on the aggression.
I actually believe this is lethality misfortune here. Oh wait, there's a play possibly coming out of the top lane. The Diana is able to pick up the kill onto the Shen, but now there's a counterplay onto the mid lane. Yone is forced to flash or ulti out, but he gets flash followed by the Trundle. Will Trundle be able to find any more? He did ulti him. He gets the chomp down. Oh, Yone tries to return it, but fights off too much. They do, but here comes Yone, or Zach and Diana is able to finish off the Trundle and Swain. This is just skirmishing back and forth there. You don't have their top laner, so overextending, and that trade from the Yone might not have been necessary, but it keeps it there.
So grief on both sides. You know, the Yone, he was out. He could have just walked away, and then on the other side, it's like they chased so far, put a flash from Ranger into the attempt, ult from Ranger into the attempt, you know? Just seems so grief on both sides. I think that's like a major miscommunication error.
Yeah, it looks like some desperate plays kind of coming out. So, how do you feel about the lethality misfortune in this game?
I mean, I think that crit misfortune is definitely better in general. Obviously, the only like beefy tank that they're gonna have is gonna be Zach on the devs team, but I wouldn't say it's terrible per se, but I definitely think that crit Caitlyn would have been better, just because that's like the highest rune weight build. Kraken Slayer is an insane item. Match it with PTA, insane combination. Of course, it's all based on ult, you know what I mean? And you don't have insane wombos except with the Nami when it comes to ult. Obviously, Trundle Pillar is able to block off like an entire side, so they'll be stuck in it. And another flash coming out from Fleas actually. I'm pretty sure that it was gonna...
Oh, is able to find the Nami with the flash ulti. And blowing that flash right before that is able to set up the Diana and find that kill. Mid lane, there's some action going on. The Yone ER misses the Swain. Are they going to be able to find any more? The Zach is going to double knock up, but he's not able to find anything. Diana has no ulti for this. The Zach is put through blobs. Will they be able to defend it? They're going to kill off the blobs. Zach biting off a little bit too much.
So back to that like bot lane. And oh, Fairytale just runs at Sever under tower and dies for it, but that's pretty giga chat of him to do. Just not caring, you know, just ADC tanking tower solo turret dives, and another fight in the mid lane with an Ranger.
Oh, the Shen gets the taunt onto the Yone. Yone has nothing to be able to defend himself and drops in the mid lane. Alright, Herald's getting dropped. This mid lane tower should fall. And this perfectly sets them up for this drag. This will be sole point if they're able to secure it. Their drag allows them to leverage that soul after that and come starting this snowball really from that play.
Problem with this drag look is that 3 of their members are half HP. Swain's looking pretty detrimental on mana, so is Trundle. Of course, MF is back with ult, full HP, just bot. But I'm not sure if they should actually be looking for a fight here.
At that point, will they choose to fight it though? They're hovering, but this is getting shredded down. The flash engage comes out from Young, finds the Nami only. The Misfortune ulti shreds through 2 people, but here's the Swain. He Swain's in there. He's able to kill one. Blue team's able to find the red team. Diana secures the dragon. Will the Swain find the E? He finds the E onto the Yone, and Yone drops 2. That is disastrous for the devs, but they are able to get the dragon, deny that soul point.
That was an amazing flank by Sparks and Fleas. Just running in there, Swain ulted, just doing damage to just about everybody. Nami ult. The MF ult, unfortunately, did not have as much value as Lethality Misfortune would have wanted, but the fight still turned into a good outcome, so it doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, Dragon was secured by the devs, or unfortunately for Froggy Fighters, it was secured by the devs. So they're not on soul point yet, and we'll have to wait till next Dragon.
Yeah. Froggy Fighters are able to pull up with a 3k gold lead now, and are in a pretty demanding lead after that team fight win.
So one thing that I'd like to emphasize is when it comes to these fights that they're having, right? They're fighting a lot, okay? Even if like the fights aren't really occurring in kills, but most of the fights that end up with kills are completely based on no vision. And there's another fight going on in the bot lane where Zach just gets 4-manned, and once again it's like he has no vision, you know what I mean? And he doesn't have a tower. He has no business being this far up, right? It's just a bunch of macro misplays by both teams. Honestly, they're just constantly being caught out with no vision. They don't know where the enemy team is.
Looking to break this tier 2.
They just get a free tier 2 because of the macro decisions that the devs have made.
Yeah, Zach going in onto the Misfortune, thinking that she might be alone, but little did he know, 3 people are hovering her, and they're able to get him isolated and kill off that Zach. Baron has now spawned. The blue team doesn't have a great way to shred down that Baron, so they have to find a really strong teamfight win to be able to turn on to that.
That's true, and that's actually another reason that Crit Caitlyn, in my opinion, is just going to be better, is because in games like this, then there's really no way to like burn down these very big neutral objectives. Baron, obviously, and then if the game goes to it, Elder Dragon. Just fight over Scuttle.
Yep, that control for the Baron is now the dance right now that they're playing. You know, to get in the vision, they're trying to control mid wave and top wave, and if people overextend, they can look for these fights. Young's able to take down the tier 1 bot.
So that is an example of good split pushing, right? Knows that you know, they have a lot of vision in this area around Baron, so he saw multiple members over there, so he knows that he's not going to get 1v4'd out of nowhere. So that makes it safe for him to walk up, get the tower in the 1v1 or uncontested. I'm not sure. I wasn't watching where push and LP was at that moment, but hopefully they can, you know, kind of do a mental reset and keep doing these like smart and educated macro decisions.
Yeah, we have Dragon coming up in less than a minute. Blue side are opting to put their bot
Yo,
lane
just
top.
flip it away from the Swain.
Yeah, Yone's ulti is now down. It's going to be really hard to fight for this Dragon without that crucial cooldown. Oh, there might be a play happening mid. The devs are looking for a play. Diana is able to find the Q. That's a knockup and a double knockup onto the Swain. He's not able to pop his ulti. The fight is breaking out, but Swain is bursted down. pushing up P, is trying to peel, but he's not enough. Misfortune ulti goes wide. No, it actually kills the Yone, but red team is able to find a nice team fight win here in the mid lane right before this dragon. Oh, they're looking for some more. Misfortune's up though. Will she be able to retaliate enough damage? She gets sprayed, but she is killing one, killing two. These are a tower dive, but Zach is fine. She kills the Thresh only under that tower.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. That fight, you know, Sparks is walking up and it's like, okay, yeah, he has the trundle behind him. Cool. But where is the mass of the enemy team, right? Like, you don't actually know where they are. And, you know, your Misfortune and your Nami are not completely with you at that moment. So it's like you kind of get engaged on. And, of course, like, the Shen ult, the misconception of, like, it's just going to bail you out no matter what, was probably there a little bit. But it was simply, like, once again, you don't know where the enemy team is. You can't really choose a fight there. You know, your team's not with you yet. So hopefully they, you know, like, think about that, realize that that's the mistake that they're making, and they're able to kind of, like, push on the brakes a little bit versus just slamming on the gas pedal repeatedly.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to get vision down before you're pushing out mid lane.
Or even push out mid lane to get vision. Right, like either one's okay as long as you have a safe way to face check bushes.
Now Baron's the only objective on the map here. They're hovering, trying to get vision. Diana is looking for a play. Misfortune's all alone. She will get bursted down, but Nami gets two people on the bubble. They're able to find one. The TP comes out of his Zach. He is trying to get out of there. He's able to find some knockups. He's trying to buy enough time for Red Ranger to get here. But Sivir ulti comes out. She's able to find a lot of damage. She gets taunted up. She kills one on the Nami. Swain's dealing a lot of damage. She's able to drain tank, but Sivir is trying to retaliate. Now Ranger's here. She's on the Trundle. Will he be able to help Sparks out? They are shredding people. Swain's uncontested. He's killing everything. Now there's just the Sivir. Sivir dies under turret. Blue team miraculously finds the fight win after Misfortune dies right off the front.
So that was looking really, really bad for Froggy fighters simply because their Trundle wasn't there and it took them so long just to get this Zac at that low of HP. Obviously, like, in a situation like that, you need to pick the tank, just ult him, boom, you're shredding him. But in that scenario, then it took them a really long time, and it took all the way up until Trundle got there to actually be able to turn the fight. But I think that kind of symbolizes the state of the game right now, right? The timer's up, right? This Swain is an absolute monster now. So we'll see how the devs are able to deal with it, but they might not be able to.
Yeah. And Swain just, if he's not dealt with early, he just drains up and is able to kill everything with that, the Liandry's.
You know, he's compared to the Yone, you know, he's 20 CS up, he's 6'2" and 9, right? Insane score line. He's just an absolute monster right now. And of course, like, he's consistently able to find these E's, even on, like, the back end of the fights, right? That's actually how he killed the Yone in the last fight. Is like the fighting was already happening, and then he just tossed out like a random E to the already like 300 HP Yone and hit him and killed him.
Yeah. It's really on to Red Ranger to be able to kill him, but staying in that Swain circle, you get shredded, and the Sivir just does not have the range to really deal with it right now.
Yeah, and they pick Thresh, right? Obviously, don't think of the... In this game, Thresh, it's like, alright, it's Thresh, whatever. There's not a lot of value when it comes to peel for Thresh this game. And here they're looking for another fight.
Ooh, Trundle Pillar just barely doesn't knock the Sivir into the team, but does get her ulti blown.
So yeah, like I was saying, the Thresh, right? Probably would have been a lot better to pick an enchanter this game. Lulu was up. Janna was up. Janna's still insane character. But even Yumi, it can go onto the Yon as well, not just Sever. So there's a couple different avenues. But it's just kind of like the Sever kind of has to like base tank all the damage from the Swain, who's immediately going to start looking at her. And here we're looking at another fight.
Obviously, the fight, Bubble goes on to Thresh. The Misfortune ulti coming out. The Thresh has to blow his flash, but that's misfortune for a Thresh. Oh, the flash comes out. The Diana is trying to find the fight. The Misfortune is going to be able to survive it. The Swain is in there. He's going to kill 3. They just get shredded.
That was an excellent Nami ult from Fleas. It basically stopped all of the follow-up from the devs, right? It was huge. Giuseppe going in, ult Zonia's to survive, and then DV, obviously, big tank. He just takes all the damage, not even sweating it, but the Nami ult completely like zoned off the rest of the devs, and it allowed Sparks to basically just go in and annihilate all of them.
Yeah, they opting into taking that drag and looking to push out the mid and bot. Baron was up, but they seem to be too far and not willing to take that.
So now the Froggy fighters are on Soul Point. Of course, if the devs are able to keep getting these Hextech Drakes and get 2 more, then that's an insane amount of passive buffs from the Hextech Drakes. They don't have, in my opinion, they don't have the best ways to utilize them. Obviously, Yon and Sever, huge for attack speed, but beyond that, it's like, okay, so Diana, who already is going to have pretty short cooldowns at this point in the game, is going to have shorter cooldowns, and then so is Thresh, and so is Zac, right? And their cooldowns are already going to be pretty short. It might just allow them to cycle through more, maybe look for a fight, pull back off if they're able to, and then look for another fight. Just kind of like playing a little bit of guerrilla warfare, going in, pulling back, going in, pulling back again with the reduced cooldowns.
Yeah, for sure. Featless, what does the devs need to do to find a teamfight win? Maybe they just need a pick. They're onto the Trundle, but this guy's tanky. The Misfortune ulti is onto 4. The Diana is trying to look to turn it back, but it might not be enough. She is going to drop the Swain. It is ghosted. He's looking to kill the whole team. This might be the game. They're going to send it mid lane.
That might be game. I'm not completely certain. It will definitely be an inhib and Baron though. So, like the question that you asked, what do the devs need to do for a teamfight win? Is 1, get vision control. The Froggy fighters are just completely stomping on them when it comes to vision control, and it does actually look like they're going for the end. And looking at timers, they're gonna end.
GGs are getting dropped in the chat.
What a game.
So that's 1-1.
1-1 in the series.
What a chaotic series. They're fighting to the very end, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I like these two teams and the way that they play the game, right? They're always looking to fight each other. But unfortunately, where the devs are lacking, especially in that game that I noticed, was their vision control, right? They don't have any vision of the enemy team, right? Like, yeah, sure, they find a pick, I guess, kind of, but it's on the Trundle who's, building Divine Sunder, Death's Dance. Like, you're not going to kill that guy, especially, he has Bork, and then he's just going to R, and he's just going to sustain through a lot of your damage. And then, the MF is able to just get a free, 4-man ultimate for, a second and a half, 2 seconds. So it really all just came down to vision control that game.
Yeah, well, we'll see you for the game 3. Turn on Silver Scrapes and We'll be back after this break. Welcome back. This is game 3 of Devs versus Froggy Fighters. The Devs choosing to go onto blue side, the favorite side for these matches.
With
They're
an
leading,
immediate Swain ban. Immediate.
leading out with that Swain
Swain
ban.
was a menace.
Looks like Froggy Fighters might go back to just banning all mid laners again.
I do like that the devs have decided to show Spark some respect and ban at least one of his champions, right? They know that he has that pocket pick now, so maybe Froggy Fighters aren't able to ban Yasuo, and that's one of the priority picks that they choose instead, but we'll just have to see. The Yone did not look too impressive coming out from It's Time for Change.
Yeah.
That's a lot to say. I'm gonna just call him Change or Time, one of the two. But and the Shen ban can't pick it up, so they're gonna ban it? Question mark.
Yeah. It looks like the Lux is getting through ban phase. Lee's specialty pick, and Misfortune, which has won both of the games, is also through ban phase. So let's see if they prioritize that. Shen is banned, so that won't be the B1 here. Misfortune, as predicted, is the priority here.
Also a really good first pick. You know, that champion incredibly strong. Obviously, they went 2 different builds, but so far, Misfortune in the series is 100% win rate.
Yeah, it shows why it's pick a ran every game, and it's performing like it is.
The Ornn pick, I absolutely love Ornn. If I'm gonna draft a team comp, it's gonna start with Ornn. Like, let me just tell you, like, I love that champion. His late game buffs to his teammates, absolutely incredible. So let's see if they pick more late game champions to kind of mix with that. You know, maybe a Cog Lulu. Obviously, Lux is still up. Yasuo also really good. A lot of knockup coming out of Ornn.
Yeah,
So the
that's
Yasuo
just
will be locked in.
that shows the confidence in this Yasuo. He's willing to just blind pick it, and as long as he's got another knockup, he's ready to brawl it out. The
So
devs,
Change does want a mid laner pick before they ban everything away. All right, so it's good to know that he thought about that. And he's like, man, if I don't pick something, they're just gonna ban 2 more of my champions, bro.
yeah, Sejuani could be an option. They chose that with the Yasuo last time. They might want to run it back. They're going to actually opt into possibly the Nami.
So I really like the Nami pick here versus last game. I wasn't a big fan of it for last game. Obviously, they won, so no harm, no foul. But in this game, it's so big. In congruence with the Ornn ult, huge team fight potential, a lot of CC coming down from these non-damage dealers that are able to just set up Yasuo, right? And that's just talking about Yasuo so far. We'll see who they pick for jungle, maybe a Fiddlesticks, right? That would be insane for team fights.
Yeah, devs, I would like to see them target out AD carry. If they can pinch the AD carry pool down to a Poppy ban. That is really interesting. They're afraid of the Poppy because this Akali is really reliant on the dashes, and it's a great lineup with the Yasuo.
And, Poppy's a really competent jungler. Obviously, that's the only role that she'd really be able to go at this point, but definitely a very strong jungler. And then the Diana ban coming out from Froggy Fighters. I mean, they showed it off. It was really good. Respecting that Trundle could be flexed to top, have DD4 playing it instead.
Yeah. I feel like that kind of pinches themselves because I would have loved to see that Diana with the Yasuo.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's just like AoE. Like at this point, it's like more AoE. Just get more. All right, like just all of it.
Yeah. The Sivir gets banned out. That was the comfort pick last time. Who will we see coming out of the bot lane this time? We could see Caitlyn, maybe a Ashe or Ezreal. I know that Jinx was banned out game 1 from him, so let's
I would
see
love
what
to
he
see
opts
the Ashe
into.
pick. I'm a huge fan of Ashe, fave ADC to play.
Yep.
Just being able to pick your own fights. And the Jhin, also insane champion, right? The late game potential on that character is just absolutely nuts. So obviously doesn't have AoE, but doesn't need it because one crit's gonna do like 800 damage.
Yeah. If Jin comes out, he has the range to follow up on the Ornn and Yasuo, but he may struggle against Trundle Pillar and be able to peel off the Akali. Zillion gets picked up for the devs. It will be able to initiate and enable these, divers with the Trundle and Akali.
So looking at the Tukans, it kind of looks like they switched it around a little bit, right? So with the Sejuani locked in, that will confirm a Trundle top lane and an Akali mid, Sejuani jungle. So it kind of looks like the devs are going to be looking for more of like a split or like a 1-3-1 this game. Probably going to see the Akali with TP, and they're going to try to avoid team fights, hopefully, just because the Froggy Fighters have such a strong team fight already, just with their first 3 picks. And the Gragas, oh no. Oh no, and Gragas, I love to see that pick.
I love
the
Gragas.
flashies.
Yeah, it pairs up perfectly with that Yasuo and Jhin. he will be looking to fight with that Yasuo, and if they're able to find these fights, they will be able to snowball.
So one thing that we'll have to watch for is if the fighters are synced up or not, right? They have a lot of anti synergy with the Gragas involved, right? Obviously, like small skirmishes, cool, but with like large scale team fights, then the Gragas ult could easily just knock everybody out of range of the Nami ult or even the Ornn ult. So we'll see what happens with that. But looking at draft, Froggy fighters, they know that these fights have been very common, and just it's been fight this entire series. So they drafted a disgusting team fight comp, and then the devs are actually. It looks like they kind of want to turn away from it, right? Zillion. Usually, when I'm looking at like a team that's built for Zillion, you're gonna see like a hyper scaling mid, like a Victor, Syndra, something like that. So then the ult has a lot more value because the abilities are going to be coming back very often and do a lot of damage versus the Akali, who's more I wouldn't say single target, but she's an assassin. So beyond, you know, like the very short fights, then Akali's not going to see as much value. Hopefully that will not be the case, and they'll just be sticking on like the 1-3-1, like I said, speeding up the Trundle or the Sejuani, looking for picks.
Yeah, picks will probably be the name of the game here. Being able to get caught out from super long range with the Ornn and Sejuani, we will see a need for coordination from both these teams.
And the
And
devs are going to have to fix their their vision problem, right? From last game, it was so huge. Like I can't even stress that enough, right? Like the entire reason that they fell so far behind, the reason that they lost so many fights was because they did not have vision of the enemy and they chose to fight anyways, which was just a huge mistake um, on them. And hopefully they'll fix that and continue or play their comp how I imagine it to be intended to play. Um, of course, anything can happen in game, so we'll definitely have to see what actually does happen.
yeah, hopefully we see a lot of action with Akali and Yasuo coming out. I suspect that we see, these dragons and heralds early being contested from both teams, and fights breaking out.
Oh,
And
absolutely. So the Akali and the Yasuo both want to snowball as soon as possible because if the Akali is extremely behind, then it's gonna feel even worse than last game. Um, for change, yeah, for change because you're an assassin, right? If you're behind, you're kind of useless. Uh, so it's a risky pick. I'm not gonna say it's a bad pick, especially if they do go for this like 1-3-1 strategy where Trundle takes Hullbreaker, right? Is looking to posture up, draw multiple people because he's able to kill the Ornn, right? Once there's a few items up, then he will definitely be able to be solo killing the Ornn if he goes unchecked. So we'll see what exactly does happen, but that's what I want to see out of the comps, right? The devs, I want to see them pushing up, getting them to, kind of have to run around the map playing on the back foot versus the Froggy fighters who are going to be wanting to try to force on the 3 in the 1-3-1 extremely quickly. Like it's all about timing for the Froggy fighters if the devs are doing it well. So that's what I'd like to see. What actually happens, we'll just have to wait and see.
yeah, well, we're about to get into this. We have our 3-minute delay coming up, and I hope you enjoy for our game 3.
control their own destiny. A land of the truly free, damn it! A nation of action, not words, ruled by strength, not committee! Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around. Where power and justice are back where they belong, in the hands of the people! America's disease, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down! And from the ashes, a new America will be born. Evolved but unchanged. The weak will be burned. The strongest will thrive. Free to live as they see fit. They'll make America great again!
We see another level 1 play from both teams. Red side going through bottom, blue side going through mid.
I think the Gragas, Gragas is leading, so he's probably going to look for a body slam, potentially a flash body slam.
Yeah, they might run into each other here. Zillion and
Trundle's walking away right
Sejuani.
now.
Oh, Zillion might spot them out. He spots them out. He will be running. Nothing happens. They see each other. Red side are able to get some wards down in the jungle.
It's GG. Fleece just got 60 gold. It's over.
Oh my goodness.
It's over. Good game.
Fleece
Well played.
with
Fleece
her
is just
Mana
won the game.
Flow Band and the cash out. Oh, she's actually forced to pot. Doesn't have enough time to back, so she'll be starting off down a potion and a little bit of health.
Doesn't matter. She has 60 gold. It's over.
We might see a ginormous lead come out from this Nami. We got 60 gold in the pocket.
All right. Also, chat. I probably should have apologized earlier, but I'm sorry that my mic is such poor quality. My headset actually died in the past couple days, so I'm using earbuds right now, and I'll be getting a new one here shortly in a few days. So it'll be the last time.
Both AD carries are actually missing the first 3 minions. Jin missed out on all 3 minions XP, so he'll be getting to level 2 way behind.
Way late. That is not what you want to see for the beginning of this game.
No. So I'm expecting for Yasuo to get priority mid lane. Jin and Nami might be able to find priority with their wave clear, and Zillion not being incredibly strong laner. And then top lane is going to be heavily Trundle favored. So we see Gragas routing up. Possibly a play happening mid lane. Sejuani's from behind. Yasuo's going in at the same time. The Kali Lancer E is able to find the some damage, but Yasuo's forced to flash away. That's really good for the mid lane matchup for change. Getting that flash blown early.
And Ranger just... Oh.
The 2v2 is happening right now. No. Just needed the pig to help her out.
Yeah, I think Ranger should have waited a few more seconds on there. Definitely would have been pretty fatal, or potentially fatal, probably below Flash if he had just waited a few more seconds so that Sparks was able to dash through minions to get closer to her.
Yeah. Well, I hope to
Sparks
see
again.
a return gank onto that mid lane with the Yasuo Flash down. He will be pushing up.
absolutely.
Oh! Double bomb onto the bot lane. Nami's falling a bit low. The exhaust has to get dropped down onto the fourth shot on Jin. Trading going on to everywhere. All three lanes. Top lane right now. Grundle's dropping low. Will he be able to be fine? He is fine for now. His wave doesn't look super good. He might have to back out and TP back. He's opting into saving TP. Oh, ZWD is here onto the bot lane. Gets sped up by Zillion. Flashes forward onto the Nami. Nami dodges out everything. Misfortune flashes forward to finish off the first blood and is able to find the first blood onto the ZWD.
So actually something to note is that Fleas did drop exhaust onto the Misfortune, and I'm pretty sure that is what kept Misfortune from getting this first blood and it going over to the ZWD. So obviously still died, still gave first blood, but at least it's not on Misfortune.
Yeah.
And then top lane, Trundle just being able to walk out just barely with the pillar. Something to note is in these early trades, Ornn, I've been playing this game for so long, and I am still unsure where all of his damage comes from. And the Nami is just bullying.
is in a bit of trouble. He's going to look to give the kill up to the Nami. He's overgrading for that Gromp steal and was not able to find it, and it actually gets punished really hard.
These players just are fighting and fighting and fighting, and obviously there's only 2 kills on the board, but that doesn't really represent like how much or how many fights and trades have been taking place across the entire map.
Yeah, no fear for this game 3. They are going to find their lead. Oh, Yasuo putting it up to the Akali. Akali is in a bit of trouble. She dodges out on the tornado, just barely surviving. Yasuo had ulti. She would have been dead if she got hit by that. But now she is 6 with Flash, so Yasuo has to be pretty afraid.
Does this tornado reveal you if you're Akali?
I don't know. That champion's bullshit. So it could reveal.
I'm not sure if it does. I think that it just gives you like the camouflage, but his ult being a target, I don't think that he actually would have been able to ult her there. And he doesn't have enough damage at this point in the game with just the D-Blade level 6 to kill her with just that one tornado, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So full boots are being bought by both mid laners, and an extra dagger on top for the Yasuo, who's just a little bit ahead in CS. And now
he's breaking out top lane. The Ornn tries to break through the pillar, but does not get through it. Gragas is now here. The trade's half. Oh, gets double bomb mid body slam, and they are able to walk it off. They're able to crash the tower to crash the wave to the tower. So Misfortune's feeling pretty good about that. But Rangers looking onto the dragon. First dragon will probably be secured by team. Is this Devs on the red side?
No, Dev. Yeah, Froggy Fighters are red.
Froggy Fighters picking up the first dragon.
Trey's coming out mid lane, just showing how much damage just a Source Boots Akali is able to do by blocking Electrocute. Absolutely disgusting. And that's through Yasuo's shield.
Yeah. We should expect these level 6s to be coming out pretty soon here for these junglers. And I expect a lot of action once they get these.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after red buff, Sejuani will be. And same with Gragas? No, he's a camp behind. Wait. No, I'm mixed up. What? What is going on with these junglers?
Well,
I was looking at Sejuani thinking that she's in her jungle and then Gragas is in his jungle, but that's completely false. They're actually, yeah, they're vertically jungling right now. Basically just taking the prio that Trundle gives Ornn, and then Jin Nami
Oh, Nami might be in a bit. No, she will be fine, but has to blow the exhaust onto the Misfortune.
That's just so unfortunate. So many summoners have been caused to be blown from Fleas in these fights. This game and last game. Just constantly having like one summoner down, two summoners down, quite often for team fights, which is just so unfortunate to see.
Oh, possible 2-2 happening here. Oh, the Gragas ulti goes out, hits the Akali, the Yasuo gets the follow-up, but will the Yasuo fall? The Akali's dealing a lot of damage. Now she's onto Gragas. Gragas is also forced to flash. That's both flashes getting dropped by the fighters, the Froggy fighters.
And in the top lane, they're also trading, and Orange just whiffed his ult completely. He basically R2'd late, so it just went right past him and did not hit the Trundle, but I don't think he could have killed him.
Yeah.
And DV also blew his flash in the trade.
Trundle having full priority all game against this Ornn. He's looking for a solo kill right now, actually. Drops the ulti, he gets the chomp, and is able to get that final auto to drop him down. But now there's also a fight happening, but the Fleas was in trouble, but gets the bubble onto the Sejuani. They're forced to disengage now. Gragas is coming. He has no ulti or flash. I think Red Ranger is slowed up, is now forced to flash. Will Ranger, the Gragas, be able to find anything? He is not. So Summoners getting blown left and right here bot lane.
An excellent ult to completely stop the engage from the Sejuani there. Fleas just really showing how comfortable she is on her champions. Both Gianna and Nami just being able to peel for her team in team fights, and also for her ADC and herself in this bot lane.
Yeah, Sejuani looking for a repeat gank maybe, but it is spotted out. Oh, Gragas is on the flank on this Akali, is able to find the E, looking to get the ulti. Oh, Akali is able to turn it. Sejuani's here just in time to look onto the Yasuo. Yasuo gets stunned up. Will they be able to finish it? He hits the ulti onto two, but he's able to only kill the Sejuani. The ulti actually only holds him up. Now Fleece is in trouble. The Akali flashes forward for the triple kill. That is sushi. Good night to Fleas.
That was a very crucial, a very critical mistake made by Fleas, and just by their team in general. Obviously, it's a good look, don't get me wrong, but they know that the Akali has flash still, and then also has her W up, so it's kind of hard to look for the fight. The way that Gragas ulted knocked her into, other parts of the shroud, so it wasn't exactly like the best way to get the Yasuo ult off. If he knocked her the other way, then she actually would have been out of the ult.
Oh.
And
Ornn's looking for a fight top lane. He's gonna get the ulti onto the Trundle, but Trundle has the ulted. Oh, Sejuani is now here. Trundle just barely survives. This is a 2v2. Will Gragas find this ult Q onto the Trundle? Trundle is able to heal up with the Sunder, but he does drop finally in the end. Pushing LP with a big statement play on the Ornn on this hard losing matchup, is able to find stuff happen with Ranger finishing off that kill.
I don't think the matchup is hard losing yet. So I think that late game, then the Trundle will be able to just out-sustain his damage. Obviously, Ornn's just going to have insane tank items, but I think that in the small trades that DV4 should be looking for, which is really hard playing Trundle, obviously, then I think that he will be able to come out ahead pretty well later on. But fighting early game Ornn is extremely difficult because a lot of the tanks in the game have really good base damage, and Ornn specifically has really, really good base damage. So it's extremely difficult to fight him even when you're playing another tank, and especially when you're playing another carry, because he's building tank items and he does just as much damage as you. And there's another fight. Nothing gonna happen. Yasuo just walks away after knocking up.
controlling the river for this drag.
Man, this top lane is just scrapping non-stop. And now they're looking for a potential fight.
Yeah,
here in river.
this vision is getting fought for. The river control. Bot lane is pushed out, but Dragon's not started up just yet. Looks like they're going back to neutral lanes.
So it's really hard to look for kills on either side without the knowledge of where everybody is. And I do like to see that the devs have kind of like pulled back on the reins a little bit and been like, okay, we don't know where these people are, or if we do, are they in like a good position for us to go for this fight? So I do like to see that coming out from the devs, because that was like their major downfall last game. And it's going to be crucial. Their Akali is huge, and they want to keep that lead just so that she can stay very relevant in this game.
I guess it started up to Dragon, but Sejuani's looking for a play bot and finds the ulti onto the Nami. Nami's not able to flash it out of it. Now Gragas has to get off a drag. That was a beautiful play by Giuseppe. He's able to find the ulti onto the Nami, flash right into it.
Yeah, Fleas did actually flash that fight, which is very unfortunate.
Before looking for the tower dive onto the Ornn, he's ulting him up. He's really squishy, but he gets knocked out by the Ornn R2. He drops to the tower. Like, beautiful play by the Ornn, being able to cut it out. Now there's a play onto the drag. They're looking onto Gragas, but they're not able to find it.
Yeah, that just seems like a miscalculation from DV4 by getting a little hungry up there.
Ornn has TP. He's looking at TP mid lane. The play is breaking out. The Akali goes onto the Nami. She is not dead yet. The Sushi gets fried up. The Zillion is in a bit of a trouble. So is the Akali. Who will go down first? The Akali is actually going to find the kill onto the Gragas, but no, Gragas is killing the Akali, but now Jhin drops down. What an insane fight. Gragas is in a bit of trouble. Let's see who they give it. Oh, Yasuo's looking to turn, actually. Ornn gets stunned up. He has a bomb on him. Blows up the Yasuo. There is a scary dive potential here. DVV4 is looking for it, but gets killed up by the tower because there's no wave.
Flashbacks from 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So that was actually potentially going to be extremely good out from Sparks. He landed a knockup onto all 4 of them, and then right as he did that, then he got stunned up by the Sejuani E. Extremely unfortunate. Could have been
double bomb onto the Ornn. He will drop down to the Misfortune. The TP comes out too from the Akali. Will find 2. The tower is gonna drop, but Jhin finds a trade kill onto 1. Is looking for a few more. The Trundle just barely survives 1 health. They're disengaging with the Zillion. Gragas is on the side. That is not enough for the Jhin snipe. Gragas is possibly looking for an ulti. These guys are all low. 4 people. Gragas is in. He has the Predator. He finds it onto just Zillion. The Jhin ulti curtain call is opened up. They find 3. It's just the Piggy under tower. Will we make bacon tonight? Back gets canceled out by the Jhin. Will Jhin finish it off? Won't auto, and he's dead. Beautiful played by Ranger. Is able to find the long con around the tower.
So that was really good. They lost a lot of gold there, and they're still down a little bit over 1k, but they did manage to pull some of that gold back. That gold mostly being from the tower and farm disparities. Looking at it, yeah, from farm disparities just across the map. So hopefully they'll be able to stay in this game very well. And looking at that, the Gragas and Jhin are both absolute monsters. The Yasuo unfortunately has not been able to secure very many of these kills, which he's like a huge part of their beginning or starting fights. Just completely like blowing up one person, 2 people maybe.
On could be in a bit of trouble. He gets slowed up, bombed up, but now he's trying to turn with the ulti. Trundle is looking to try to kill, but he gets knocked up and ulted by the Yasuo, but he has the support of his team. He has the turn, but Akali's now here. She finds one, is looking onto the Nami. Nami's gonna drop. It's just Jin now. Jin is almost dead to the Akali, but Gragas is looking to turn onto the low members of devs, but Akali's too big.
So that was a great start of a fight, but unfortunately, the Jin just was not there yet. If Jin was there, I'm pretty sure that they just completely wiped, and by the time that the Jin did manage to get there, then it was basically just him 1v1ing the Akali because everybody had run so far into the enemy, which is very unfortunate.
A lot of it has to do with that Zillion ulti, throwing it onto that Trundle, helping him to kite it out, and Red Team refuses to pop that, you know, revive, and doing so, they're forced to overcommit, trying to finish him off.
So one thing is that it actually increases the amount of HP by level. So I actually think that it's not a bad option to just pop it at this point in the game. It's still just a level 1.
Well, Herald is not finished up.
He spawns at the last moment. So I think that it actually would be beneficial to just pop the Zillion ult and then just move on to somebody else, because the Trundle was basically just standing there walloping with his Ice Club on the Yasuo for the full duration of the Zillion ult.
Yeah. It's a hard decision to make, whether you pop it or you don't. And
yeah, of course, like in game, then it's like the heat of the moment, but most of the time, I think that it's pretty beneficial to just one-shot them and then just try to one-shot somebody else or burn somebody down within the time that it takes for them to come back.
we have another drag spawning. It feels like it's non-stop action.
Oh, absolutely. These games are so insane. It's just like, I blink, another fight's breaking out. I blink, and even right now, top lane, Trundle's just slapping this Ornn.
Ornn might get out, force the Trundle to flash forward for him, but Jin's able to secure that kill. Jin's up top lane, so devs are looking to break down this dragon to
Jin
themselves.
actually blew heal as well. He does have
Kali looking in. She is almost one-shotting the Nami. Nami survives just barely. They is finally to finish him off, but she has the revive, but now it's worn off. The Gragas tries to flash in to finish it, but is not able to. The Sejuani's going to finish off Yasuo. That is disastrous for the red team.
It's just like they're fighting without their ADC, right? Their ADC has a large amount of their gold, right? Not all of it, obviously. He's 30 CS down, but he has 5 kills. All right, he has his mythic, almost has his second item completed. About the same area where MF is. After this fight, I'm not sure where either of them will be, but it's a huge and difficult play to make in a 3v4, especially with the Akali, who's so huge. Who's just been completely bullying Fleas. I feel so bad for Fleas this game. She's been performing so well these past 2 games, and it feels like Change has just had enough of it. So he's just, every single fight, he's just going straight onto her.
Yeah, it looks like a personal vendetta he has against her. But
obviously, it's not a bad play, because if he one-shots her before she gets her ult off, that's a huge disengage and the
Gragas ulti goes wide. Trundle's looking to turn this. He's beating the heck out of the Yasuo. Yasuo has to kite back. They're not actually able to find this side lane pick onto the Trundle. Blue team's now looking towards Baron because you see the 4 people sent bot.
That is just so crazy how much damage Trundle just did. So they do know that they're on both. So Jin actually went Duskblade this game. I don't think it's the best build, personally. I think that Gale Force is better, especially considering that there's, you know, an assassin on the enemy team, or even Shield Bow. If there were more assassins, maybe 2 or 3 assassins, I would definitely go Shield Bow myself. But the Gale Force, incredibly good kiting tool, but he actually opted out to take Duskblade which isn't that bad if you're killing people immediately, right? You kill somebody, you turn invisible, run away from Akali. Not a bad play, but... And here, Trundle caught out.
Trundle caught out on the side lane. The Gragas is able to make it happen.
I paused there for a second because I saw that he ulted him away, so I was unsure.
Oh, Curtain Call comes up mid lane to clear out the wave.
I think he just got scared. I think he was gonna start chunking or aiming for the Misfortune to try to chunk her out, but I think he got scared whenever he saw ZWD show up.
Yeah. Ooh, this Venom is able to get a lot of vision on this top side.
It does look like the devs have prioritized, or have been, I would say prioritized. They were probably thinking about it last game, or trying to last game. And
fight going on top lane. Trundle's looking to beat up this Ornn. Oh, there's a double kill mid lane by the Akali. Now Pushing P is in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away. This could turn into a Baron.
Oh, absolutely. Baron is going to go over to the devs right now. So that's a perfect example of what I was saying, right? The Gale Force, very good at getting out of the way, right? He was caught out. He did not have vision on the bottom side. He was a little too close. And now...
looking for some more action. The Zillion is picked off, but the Akali gets revived. Will she be able to get out? It's just Gragas and Yasuo. She gets bursted down. The shutdown goes to Yasuo. That's 600 Gs in his pocket.
Okay, so I'm unsure. So Red Ranger did actually pop heal there, but it was not in range of the Akali for it to affect. So I think that I did just see the knockup reveal the Akali, so I do think that he would be able to ult if knocked up. Maybe not, because he was autoing her, I'm pretty sure, is what I saw. So there is that to note, just to answer that question from earlier. But
yeah,
like I was saying, the Gale Force on Jhin, I think that is I mean, it was just a fatal mistake, but I think that it will be a mistake that could potentially cost him the game if he keeps getting one shot by this Akali.
Yeah, it's really hard to play the game when your flash is down on Jhin and you're playing against Trundle, Sejuani, Akali. It becomes a nightmare, really.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the desert...
Oh, Yasuo is caught out in the side lane. He gets the ulti onto the Misfortune, but it won't be enough. The Trundle flashes forward and is able to finish the Yasuo off. This should be a secure dragon, but they're looking for more onto the Gragas. The Akali follows him under the turret and he's able to get the perfect execution, finishing off the Gragas. That's, you know, 2 picks. There's constantly getting picked out, isolated, and
so
the
one thing
devs are just
is
picking them apart.
Gragas did have Zhonya's up. I think he just died too fast to use it. And now they're going to just keep pressing it forward into their base. So the devs are doing what I was hoping that they'd be doing very well, right? They're finding these picks. They're getting advantages off of them, right? They're starting fights extremely well with this Sejuani, utilizing the Zillion speed and the bombs coming out. So I am glad to see that they're doing that. And their vision seems to be a bit better, right? Maybe not like always map wide, but you know, they're alternating very
Nami's
well.
in trouble again. Will this just be another one-shot out of Change? Change with a pop-off performance. He's 12-3 right now. He has his 3 full items, 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. He's expecting to go back to base with some gold.
I would not be surprised.
Brad gets picked. He ultis the Trundle. Trundle does get knocked up. He might... Oh, he doesn't walk into Zillion for the Zillion R. It might not have been up. Now it's onto the Akali. Akali's reviving, but will they be able to win the fight during it? The Misfortune ulti goes out. It completely chunks people out. Akali's now going for the fight, but he's not able to get it. But it might be just enough. The pig is able to stun up the Yasuo, and they are now on the run.
That was such a great start. Obviously, they were down a player. They did not have their Nami with their ult to follow up. If they had Nami there, then I think that they actually cleaned them up pretty well. Just ulting on the other side after Akali goes down to kind of keep everybody at bay, buy some time for Akali to get one shot again. And that really just talks to like the impact that Change is having on this game, right? He's finding these picks that he needs to find as an assassin player, right? I'm always skeptical of seeing assassin players in my solo queue games because it's really like, if they're not doing what Change is doing this game, they're playing the game wrong, right? They're not doing their job. But Change is showing that he can do his job, right? He knows how to play his champion. He's very comfortable on it. And he's going to keep one-shotting people no matter what.
Yeah. I love the fact that, you know, these fighters are continually trying to find these fights when they're so far behind. They have to find something to get back into the game, or they just slowly bleed out and lose all their towers. They've lost inhib bot, but they're still willing to, you know, fight it out to the end.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, in games like this, it's really going to be whether they look for a fight or if they just slowly bleed out, right? They don't really have a lot of good siege, so they aren't able to just hold that tower and clear waves, right? Their best wave clear is the Yasuo, who's a melee champion. So for them to hold an inhib, they're going to have to probably look for a fight if they're not able to clear the wave in time, especially if the devs end up getting this next Baron.
Yeah. You know, this Akali's looking really strong. She has 3.5 items now, and
Oh, she's ridiculous.
if that thing touches you, you might as well have a stroke. They're looking to play up in top lane, is able to get a bunch of damage onto Misfortune. Flea's just walking straight into them, but they're going to drop to the Misfortune ulti and the Akali. The curtain call is not able to stray them off. That is 2 dead, and, you know, devs are looking to end off this game here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think
Pushing
Flea's
up on
there
the
was
top lane.
really tilted, but
Oh, onto the Jhin. Jhin is in trouble. He has flashes, forced to flash away, but Brundle's angry. The king of trolls is going to find that kill onto the Jhin. This could be game. They are able to kill 2 more. These respawn timers are completely split, but they are chunked out from that tower.
so I think Fleas is just like maximum tilt mode. I think that she just wasn't paying attention to where she is on the map. You know, obviously, like, probably everybody's been there at one point. But yeah, it's a very dire looking situation. It does indeed look like the devs are gonna win, right? Froggy fighters are probably looking at it and not really seeing a good way for them to get back into this game. They're just out damaged at every turn, basically. Even if they get a good engage, most of the time the devs just turn it around.
Yeah,
So-
it's really hard for them. Oh, Ranger's going in alone. He has no team behind him. He's flashing out now. He did not like what he saw when he eat in
That's
there.
2 crucial team fight ults blown, and
What's going in now? She's looking for some fish to fry. She is able to find it. That's definitely personal, if you ask me.
Oh, that's so personal.
Oh, she'd be fine. Oh, she flashes away from the Dragon Seed and then ease back in. Wow! Makes it happen to get that pick and trade 1 for 1. They're looking for more. The pillar goes onto the Yasuo. They're flashing forward. Yasuo is stuck in the Raptor pit. The Ornn ulti's enough to peel him off.
Yeah,
This
Sparks
is-
doesn't want any of that. Thank goodness. So it does look like the devs will be rotating towards Dragon and will be able to secure it. Considering that Froggy fighters do not have a...
Oh, Sparks doesn't like giving this drag. He's looking for it. He
Doesn't care.
catches the blue ball. He flashes away from the Misfortune ulti, and then oh my goodness, he's able to kill the Misfortune with that knockup. And Sejuani looks like she's gonna drop, but she could just be at 1 health. She does actually drop. Is Yasuo okay? He gets bitten out by the Trundle. It's just Ornn now at the Dragon Pit. Will he be able to get to the safety? The Akali's TPing from behind. Ornn is in a lot of trouble now. Akali is going to finish it off. Now she's looking onto more. It is onto the Gragas, but she's Zonia's up. Middle of Shroud. Will she be able to get out of there? She does not. The Gragas is able to knock her out. And what just happened?
What just happened? Sparks started by styling, right? He styled on Red Ranger. I like to see that, showing off a little bit of what.
The Trundle wants more. That's a double bomb. The Trundle is going to kill them. Oh, Ranger is trying to make it out alive, but the Zillion has the speed. Oh my goodness. They make it happen at the Dragon. They are not giving it up, and now that's an ace. That's a soul. And it looks like the devs are not giving up this game.
Oh, absolutely not. You're right. The devs, over 10K in the lead at this point. They've been doing a great job of looking for these picks, despite them being able to shut down Change in that last fight. Change basically having no value except for chunking Ranger a little bit. They made it very clear that Change isn't the only source of damage. DV will not be unnoticed.
Yeah, this is the king of trolls that you're messing with, and he's not afraid to show you his crown. They're looking like...
That was just so crazy to watch. Oh my goodness. I'm like speechless almost, just seeing all of that happen.
Yeah, these guys are for sure flexing for this game 3. They don't want to lose it. This means a lot to them.
So items are coming in, or have been coming in. So you see Blood Ward, the evolved or the leveled up version of Immortal Shieldbow, and then Eye of Luden for the Gragas, and then Shadow Carver, Drakthar's Shadow Carver for Jhin. So obviously really strong items. Is that really gonna matter? It does not look like it. It really hasn't been mattering so far. The gold lead is just too great at this point, you know. Obviously they're stronger than normal, but they're an item down across the board almost.
Kali's up top. They might want to look for a play here before their base gets fully sieged in. They have their 2 inhibs just respawned on the sides. Trundle's looking for some meat. The curtain call opens up, is able to find something onto Trundle. Trundle's going to be really tanky. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to eat that guy down. Oh, but now they're looking for the really engaged. The Misfortune goes huge, and now it's just the beefy boys up front. They're going to be able to find some damage onto the front line, but Akali's looking to end. Oh, the double bump onto the 2 frontliners. Is Yasuo going to make it happen? He's not going to have anything to deal with it. He gets a 2-man, but it's not going to be enough. This is Dev's game to take. They're pushing for the end. It's only Jhin and Nami, and it won't be enough. 5v2. This will be Nexus. Akali goes in, is able to find the Nami for one last time.
Personal. What did Fleece do to Change, man? What did she do?
GG. What a crazy series.
The devs win 2-1. That is insane. So, oh my goodness. That's crazy. Oh yeah.
Right, and that was a great 3-game series, and we'll see
Quite a
you
roller coaster.
next time.
Hey guys, Flash Knight here, joined by my co-caster TSM Ed Sharon, and we're gonna be casting a game of La Liga. I believe this is week number 3. So currently we have Eldaho already on a streak playing against Goblin, who I believe one of the best bot lanes in the league. Him and Hollow just absolutely dominating. So I think the real question of the game is, can Eldaho abuse and punish the bot lane of Goblin here to prevent them from just being this super force? Or can X-Ray and Nilik just really be these supportive laners and end up turning this game around?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of back and forth, I think, with Goblin and Hollow's Eve. Obviously, we saw the Twitch last week from Goblin picking up multiple pentakills and sort of just farming the entire enemy team. But we've also seen games where he sort of just gets shut out of the game and isn't able to carry his team to the finish line. And so I do think that Women Respectors here has a much better top side of the map. I think
Yeah, I can
Dopus,
see that.
Eldaho, and Setup are a very strong trio and can probably just have objective control on the top side pretty early on. So it's definitely going to be a game of top versus bottom, I think, in this series. And I do think, I don't know, I think I like Women Respectors draft a little bit more so far, picking up the Mordekaiser, Udyr, and Anivia. It's going to be very hard for Viego or even Lysandra to get into a fight and do much of anything just because of how much crowd control and stat checking there is from the side of Women Respectors here.
Yeah, the thing to note about this game is the fact that Udyr is being played in the jungle role and he's actually doing quite well. Along with the meta shifts that's happened within League of Legends, bot lane is no longer the powerhouse with hyper carries like Zeri. It's more shifting to a top side of the map, like you mentioned, which I think is going to favor Women Respectors a lot more. Just because jungle is now having a lot more carry picks like Udyr, like Hecarim, that are just having a lot more impact across the board. Eldaho is a very good farming jungler. Sometimes he can get punished on his ability or his greediness to overfarm from some junglers if they can take advantage of that. But that's something that really requires your team to have vision for. So unless Hollow and Goblin and really just everyone across the board on his team, on Goblin's team, are able to look to get deeper wards, it's going to be harder for them to punish the farming Udyr compared to Viego, who really needs to explode someone in this team fight for his team to get rolling, and if that doesn't happen, it's really hard for them to just to play these team fights.
Yeah, but Misfortune and Seraphine picked up here for Zhongxi Wudie. Wait, I don't know. Have we seen Goblins Misfortune? I think we have before. I've seen it in previous seasons. I just don't recall if he's picked it
Well,
this season, but he's very
the
good on the
thing
champion.
the thing is, Misfortune has some changes recently that definitely affect the way that she's been played, and she's seeing really high win rates in solo queue, like really, really high. She's sitting around 52, 53%. She's in the OP tier for 80 carries. The way that her W's changed and her auto attacks, she's just getting way more damage through just autoing the opponents, and her ultimate also just has a ton of DPS, no longer having to go for the Comet lethality build. So I do think the only real crux of this comp is the fact that Udyr, or really Ashe too, can look to take picks off the enemy team with their ultimates or just catching people misstepping, because it's really easy for Ashe just to ult at someone and it hit Maokai or hit Lysandra or hit even Viego, and Udyr, Mordekaiser, Anivia, and everyone just runs at them and they just pop them instantly. And
Yeah.
the likes of um Zhongxi, they want to play this lane or this their team comp to do the same thing. They want to pop a member so that Viego can get his passive to get that possess. And I think really comes down to which team is able to get that first initial kill in the team fight will really determine the flow.
Yeah, but I do like that point that you brought up about Ashe and Lulu in the bot lane here. I think that this draft pretty heavily favors Women Respectors, partially because Rob, Goblin on Misfortune, and Hollow's Eve on Seraphine aren't really going to want to like go all in, they'll kind of need to be sitting back. It's not like picking a Samira or a Zeri where you can kind of go in it with your engage and fight at the same time. But there's just so many options for women respecters here to shut down
So I
the.
think with that, we're gonna take a moment. We're gonna go to a small break, and we'll be back with you guys on the Rift. So get your predictions in before the game starts, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Game 1 of Zongshu Wu Dai versus Women Respectors. We've got Goblin's team versus Setup's team here for Game 1 of the night between these two. Looking at draft a little bit, I'm not seeing a little bit of not seeing a little bit of items picked up, but he my scoreboard was bugged. Okay, never mind. Anyway, moving on. I'm looking at the summoner spells. I'm not seeing anything too weird here out of either's teams. There are multiple cleanses on the side of women respectors, but not a bad idea, especially with the number of engaged tools that Zongshu has versus women respectors here with Lysandra and Seraphine and Maokai. Obviously,
Ooh.
just
I want to point out the level 1 ward secure from Lysandra will allow her to hit level 2 off the first wave alone if she kills 6 minions. So that actually can allow her to potentially force a trade against the likes of Setup. I like how you mentioned just the kind of the cleanses coming out from a lot of these players because of the Seraphine ult. An interesting thing for me in this game is the choice from Nihilak to go Comet on Lysandra. You normally don't see. You normally see the likes of Electrocute or Predator, a lot of that domination tree. So very more of an interesting choice, trying to maybe match the consistency of setup in the mid lane, and rather try to play a little safer than going for trades.
yeah, and I think that Comet is fine. It's a little bit more of a poke rune. I think into an Anivia who has a bit of difficulty trying to farm early, it's a fine choice. Obviously, it does lose power compared to the other runes.
Ooh, X-Ray is taking a really bad trade here against Dopus because he isn't level 2. He's going to lose about 300 or no 400 of his HP, falling barely alive here, and he's trying to freeze the wave, but he just doesn't have the ability to, due to the fact that the wave just wasn't there on that timing. So currently, both of the junglers clearing opposite sides.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about in draft. I think the women Respectors have just a better top side in general, and Dopus is definitely no beginner at the Mordekaiser. It's one of his most played champions, so the fact that he got it in draft was a little surprising to me because I do think it is his best champion in the current meta.
Yeah.
And he's showing why that is right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really strong point. Just the fact that Mordekaiser is able to remove the jungler from these contestations on objectives is very powerful. The unfortunate part, though, about picking Mordekaiser, the one weakness that he has is he doesn't scale very well. He's not like an infinitely scaling champion. He's a AP bruiser that normally does very well around 2 items, or when he's like that level 13 point in the game where he has a lot more gold than other people and he can't get like bursted down quite quickly. So he's able to get his ult off. So if I think he's able to keep a lead that he's generating right now, he'll be very strong. But I think if he ends up getting ganked or get picked off and just like doesn't play these team fights very well in his positioning, I think the Maokai will just have more value through the ultimate CC.
Yeah, but if I am going to pull... Oh, we've got a little bit of engage here. Mordekaiser does land the pull. Passive procs early, but I don't think he's going to be able to secure anything here.
Just because of the D shield from X-Ray. But this is a potential dive. The wave might be taking too long.
And Opus does just keep up the pressure. I mean, Udir's here, but it's probably not going to matter. I don't think they want to dive a Maokai early. But if I am going to point out that Dopus is doing super well on top side, I have to point out that bot side for Goblin and Hollow Eve is going equally well right now.
I would say it's going better. The CS diff is significantly more important when it comes to the MF. X-Ray, potentially getting caught out here on the jungle. Looking for some sort of engage. X-Ray losing some H.
Oh, and that pink ward doesn't quite catch the ward there. So they're going to keep having information down there, but...
That's so useful, because just the fact that how Udyr plays lane, or like plays ganks, and the fact that he has to run through vision, he doesn't really have a dash, so... What happened? Oh no, that's a DC. That's a DC.
That's unfortunate. I wonder if that leads to a game remake. He's going to die completely off of that.
Yeah.
Ignite's going to take him down, the minions are still hitting him.
That's... Goblin knows he stops autoing.
Ooh! I wonder if they unpause there. I think they unpaused there for a split second just to shield Steven in time. That's hilarious.
But the question is, do we remake the game based on the DC? I do not know the rules officially for a situation like this, because I think this is the first time it's actually happened within the Liga. Like, where someone's just died.
It's not. They won't remake over this. I think Steven will actually be able to get out now. I think Lulu needs to hit the Misfortune to take minion aggro, but I think he's already taken most of it, so...
Yeah,
I think Steven will be fine here. It's just unfortunate, because it means that they're going to lose another wave of XP here.
Yeah, that's just so bad for Strand, because he has to base. Like, if he stays... Like, Goblin's just going to try to kill him because it's the right call. It's a competitive game. But given this state, I think they're trying to talk through themselves and talk with the teams and just figure out, like, what can they do to make the situation less destructive. And I think with this, we're just going to see a base so that Strand can get this CS. So honestly, good sportsmanship coming from Goblin. He literally could have just killed them there. And unfortunately, we're going to see some pausing here just because the game timer's going to catch up to the pausing, just so that we keep that delay. But I would like to point out the Lissandra here, Garrett, because look at the roam that's going on.
Yeah, the roam's going on, but I don't think it'll mean much here. Well, I don't know. I think... Okay, he doesn't...
Currently,
he doesn't quite notice it, so I guess it does pay off.
X-Ray. Doing as much damage as he can. The healing will secure Nihiluk actually first blood off the roam. He's going to be able to lose some CS here. We're gonna see setup trying to shove to counter, but that was a good roam. He takes advantage of the item difference between both mid and top to look for an engage along with the HP values.
Yeah.
Garrett, who do you think could get Dragon first?
I mean, it's got to be Rob's team. They've got such a substantial lead in the bot lane already, and the winning bot lane should be getting the dragons. So I don't see any reason why it would go to women Respectors, but at the same time, I know that I know that Eldaho's a better jungler than Jix. I don't. That's Onyx, right? I'm not crazy. Okay.
So,
Um,
yeah, formerly known as Onyx, Jix has renamed. The interesting thing is we're currently seeing both the bot lane pushing the wave while mid jungle roam. So I think this is going to be a dragon at 6 minutes.
yeah, 6-minute dragon. Obviously going Goblin's way here because of the lead that they've procured for themselves in the bot lane. Eldaho is here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He's just going to walk back to blue buff here and wait for him to spawn. We've got more fighting. More fighting coming in the bot lane, but yeah. The top side of the map's sort of like it's gonna hit a stall state where Maokai gets too tanky. Oh well, as I say that,
comes down as that's gonna be Dopus trying to go over something here. X-Ray's trying to use the bushes here, trying to get some healing when he can, using the W to dodge, and that's actually gonna be a really good escape from him, keeping his flash up along with pulling Chicks up here. But Eldo is running down bot side with the Lulu speed, hopefully looking for a flash stun play, but I just don't think it's worth it. They need to catch this wave. Strain cannot afford to give up any more gold.
Yep, and scoreboard's bugged a little bit on cast right now, sorry about that, but oh man. Straight up
Ooh,
solo
instead
kill.
of just gets a solo kill, just the fact that Nihilix is not willing to just flash out of the stun and just underestimates how much damage the Lost Chapter and Nivea can really pull off. That E hits quite hard and set up under... Just gonna a base again. He's gonna have a really solid lead just through the fact that he gets a solo kill.
Yeah, it gets a solo kill, and for Nivea, that's really what you want for the side of women Respectors, because the Zongshu team won't really have any answer to the Nivea later on in the game. I mean, barring maybe like a really good Seraphine ult into an MF ult, but like, there's nothing that Viego and Maokai are really going to be able to do against the likes of a Nivea, who has a lot of zone control and can just shut down teams in team fights.
Yeah, so Nihilix forced to use the ultimate there actually in the fear of he's going to get killed again, but that ultimate will not be down, will be down if they look to go for Herald. Given the stronger top side, I do see women Respectors potentially getting Herald Prio unless the Seraphine roams.
Yeah. One thing that Zongshu's done really well this game too is keeping good vision control over the river. It makes it really hard for junglers to cross different lanes efficiently when they're just spotted on vision, because it's easy to keep track of them at that point, and so they know that Lulu's up here as well, so this Ashe might actually just be in danger of being dove here,
yeah,
especially with Hollows Eve having ult.
Yeah, but Strand does have cleanse, and I just don't think with the fact that he has double sums up, they can go for it. They'd have to burn it in with the Goblin getting an ult that honestly I think Strand can just walk out. So unless the jungler looks to dive that too, just don't think it's going to happen. And setup, able to get a really good trade in Nihilix. His E-cast is a little late there. I think he's got to keep his E just to get out of the wall.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a good pickup from them to get the Rift Herald here, but like I think the dragons, especially with the recent buffs, just matter too much, and the team that gets dragon control early is looking pretty good, having good chances to win the game because they get so many stats now. And it looks like Ocean Soul obviously being a really good dragon just for laning. It makes it really hard for poke comps, especially champions like Ashe and Lulu, to do very much because their whole strength is being able to do damage slowly by poking, and Ocean Dragon makes it hard for that to be accomplished.
Yeah,
we do see a little bit of an invade going.
Yeah, no, just like you mentioned, the invade is happening. We're going to see the Viego walk towards. Meanwhile, at top side, another bad trade for X-Ray. He will be ulted. Mordekaiser going in here. The wave is not there anymore. X-Ray forced to use the ultimate, and he's just using his Q really well here to run away. He might have to burn flash, and he just flash for flash to the top side, but this is going to be X-Ray dropping a lot of CS here, losing his summoner, probably going to have to walk back to lane in a situation where he's going to get down more CS and forcing boots early to prevent the Mordekaiser all in.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, these fights look really bad for Maokai, but the fact that he's so consistently being able to
Goblin's gonna
escape.
get rolled in here. That's gonna be the Seraphine ult coming down. Aldo's trying to walk forward. It's gonna be the damage coming out of Aldo. They're gonna flash forward onto Goblin. The sun will come out. Shmi's over pressing though. That's gonna be the miss coming through as the MF ult will turn around. His Jix will get the kill. He's looking to turn around to Eldo, but Eldo's gonna be able to run out as Strand falls under the 2 HP, and they're gonna stay it so healthy throughout that fight that Goblin's not in fear of dying. He does burn the summoners.
I didn't know I was casting with Rap God. Anyways, that was a good turn by Zongxi there. They managed to get a lot of summoners out of women Respectors here, and they're just gonna keep cleaning up these turret plates. Obviously, Seraphine and MF just have great wave
Zongxi
clears.
should
So
force drag here. They have a timer on the fact that Falling will have to base,
and they will.
This is your perfect moment.
And that's why you see Seraphine going up so early. She's gonna get early vision on these objectives before they do it, so that way they know who's gonna walk up, and they're gonna spot both Setup and Eldaho with that ward that they just placed, and so they're gonna look for Herald mid, but it might not matter because you've got 4 people coming up now.
But that's the thing is it doesn't care. It's gonna charge, and it's not gonna finish off the turret most likely. But it's going to get dang close in doing so, and that might be a wave or two before mid-turret falls and bot lane securing CS. But most important about this is the fact that the bot lane and jungler have not been able to base since that bot lane fight, because they really do not want to give it this dragon.
Yeah, and they are posturing. Red side is now posturing to potentially contest this dragon now, sandwiching blue out of this river here. I do think that a good teleport from X right here is going to have to make the difference, because now you've got Mordekaiser walking halfway down. Blue side does spot him on the top side as they ping that out, but I just think
that's first turret.
It was well played by women Respectors there, just to keep them off of the dragon objective as long as possible.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of the fact that Zhongwu has like cashed in their tempo. They've cashed in their tempo going for that bot counterplay. They stayed for the wave to get into the tower, getting some good plates, but now Eldaho is going to start up this dragon. TPs are available from both top players. The setup's going to get the ward.
Goblin gets caught.
Oh, Goblin does not have flash, so it's going to be Ash ultimate coming down as Lysandra goes in for the CC on Eldaho. The MF ult's going to be falling out too. He will end up dying as Nightlight is looking for more CC. He will secure another kill as the ultimate from Viego is just picking up one after another. He's trying to get the slow here. He will not be able to as he casts the E, and they're going to secure themselves another dragon. But the gold lead is only 1,000.
Yeah, gold lead is only 1,000, but second dragon going over to Zongxi here is really impactful for the game. I mean, if they do manage to pick themselves up, I believe it's going to be Cloud Drake. Yep, Cloud Drake this game. It's really good for Viego, who gets to just reset his ult. He can just take fights anywhere, and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how well you're positioning when Viego's permanently running at you with increased movement speed. He gets that and Maokai getting to ult and then just run into your backline with the movement speed as well. It's actually a really good Drake. Usually it's not the most impactful Drake that we see on the Rift, but this game in particular, it might be really, really good if Zongxi can secure it. We do see...
I think the next objective is definitely trying to break this topside Herald to allow the likes of Dopest to extend top lane pressure.
Meanwhile, another fight, very scrappy top lane, but as long as Maokai can just survive his lane without, you know, falling too far behind in the farm, maybe 20-30 CS at most, he's actually going to be in a good spot to carry his team through the rest of this game, because, I mean, besides ZWD, who
is so valuable.
Yeah, the CC is good, but he's just a better tank than Udyr, I think, especially after the recent buffs that he got. And I do think
kind
that
of a tanky bruiser rather than like a full-on tank.
Yeah, he's also one of the few answers I think that Zongxi has into Anivia. Firstly, because he can actually tank the Anivia because he's building MR because of his matchup in lane here, but also his displacement just stops Anivia ult from going off.
Another ultimate coming out from Dopest. He's trying to look for something here. He's got the pull. He's got gonna miss the Q actually. That's gonna be pivotal, and that's gonna see the wave crash again as Dopest uses his ultimate, trying to go for a kill. And 4 members of Zhongwu are currently
and they're gonna look to chase him down. He actually sticks underneath the turret, which I don't believe was the correct call here. There's just far too many people here for him to be able to handle this, and he knew that they were all coming up because they had vision up the river, but Ashiro is gonna miss, and it's probably just gonna spell doom for Dopest here. Gets
Yeah,
charmed up
Dopest
by the
doesn't have ultimate, he's
Seraphine,
gonna
and
get Seraphine is just gonna lock him down. He cannot move, but X-Ray actually gonna see Seraphine dying to an execute. X-Ray doesn't start off the tank there because Seraphine hits with the ult, so she's actually tanking the entire time, and that's actually gonna cost her. She had flash up, so at least it's an execute and not a kill. But nevertheless, not really what you want though. You really want your support on the map to continue vision pressure, because Hollow, sitting around 19 vision scores, doing a really good job.
yeah, he is doing a good job so far. I'd also like to point out that Setup has just kind of quietly been farming himself up a gold lead after laning phase ended, and I do think that he is still the primary win condition here for Women Respectors, so it's really important that he just maintains good farm and is able to get clean up kills where he can until he gets to that 2-3 item mark where we see Anivia start to take over games.
Yeah. My biggest worry is the fact that Strand is so far behind in gold, about 2,000 gold. He is basically the gold differential of the game, and he hasn't even finished an item. He hasn't finished boots. He's finished a level. He's level 9.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in, because I mean he is laning against you know, it's not easy for him. But I actually have been pretty disappointed by Chris this game so far. I think his Mordekaiser is definitely really good, but he's just sort of not actually abused the matchup, I think, at points where he could be. Or when he has tried, he's missed critical abilities like the pull or like the Q slams in his ult, and I just think that if you're gonna pick Mordekaiser over a tank in the top lane, you have to be able to show that, you know, you can actually be a threat in the top lane, and he's made some fairly poor decision making, especially with the dive earlier.
Yep.
Hiding under his turret instead of running, I think, was pretty bad.
This Death Bush going
yeah,
to
we
see no vision.
Oh,
Eldaho
they're gonna
might get
take the
caught
last
here.
down.
They're gonna get the flash gun to get over, but Eldaho has flash. He's gonna dodge everything actually. Ends up using the flash to get out, but that's gonna be a really good wall, but he's gonna barely get out and just creep his way out. Currently, both of them are going to enter through. That's going to be amazing. Ultimate into
I don't know if
Sandra
she wants
gets two,
this.
though. The cleanse comes down, though, but she's going to be picked off in a bad spot. She will end up staying alive a minute longer as MF uses her ult the zone. Nihilix stays around to run HP. Setup is going to fight X-Ray here, but he's one-on-one. X-Ray's isolated. He ends up burning the flash over the wall as the enemy team is currently looking to change their eyes towards the dragon. They are going to actually stop to take it and reposition, forcing the Lulu to back here. X-Ray gets out alive, but that's going to be Setup securing a kill for himself. His second kill of the game. Oh, that's going to be the first possess coming down, but Eldaho tries to make his way out, and the Anivia just not able to supply the necessary damage as Goblin gets a nutty kill through just one auto attack himself. Setup tries to flash out, but he's just not able to. He goes into the egg, and that's a triple kill for MF, and just the fact that there's so many possesses in those fights, Viego just runs over the team.
Yeah, and that fight actually started out looking pretty good for Women Respectors as they managed to isolate X-Ray, but something Chris did that I see a lot of Mordekaisers do is they press ult when there's no real need to, and instead of being able to just instantly kill him with 4 people, they end up, 1, wasting the Mordekaiser ult on a more valuable target, and 2, it takes longer to kill him, so it gives enough time for Zhongxi to catch up to the rest, or to catch up to X-Ray, and they managed to turn the fight off of that because Women Respectors was just waiting around too long trying to finish off this Maokai, and it caught them off guard, so well played to Zhongxi there to take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. Currently we're seeing the board getting picked up very early, and looking to go into a Kraken Slayer from the likes of Viego here. Very common buy, will give him a lot of damage into the tanks of Mordekaiser and Udyr. The important thing to note though is going for this on-hilt build on Viego makes it a little more squishy, so Setup with his nearly 3 items will start hurting a lot more for the members of Zhongxi, sorry. But nevertheless, the goal lead that they have and 3 dragons being soul point at 20 minutes, I think it just means more.
Yeah, it's pretty important for them, but honestly, the fact that they won that team fight and they have extremely fed carries, especially one of them being Rob at this point, I'm starting to think that, you know, maybe for Women Respectors, it's better for them to think about how to win game 2 and save their mental from this one, because this is a game where, because they're so short-ranged and need time to scale, it's probably not possible for them to come back from where they're at, and so, you know, you almost wonder if it's worth them actually trying to get back into this game, or just, you know, save it for next game, save their mental energy for next game.
Yeah, I think the thing is we're still on this game, like, is not, like, it does look very doomed with the 4K gold, but the thing about it is there is always the chance Mordekaiser ults away Viego on the soul point, buying them 4 more minutes, and Eldaho takes the dragon. So the game is not completely lost for the likes of Women Respectors. It is going to be a difficult fight, but one that is definitely possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but I mean, if you're looking at how these two teams want to approach the fights, the Mordekaiser wants to just ult someone, but who do you ult as Mordekaiser at this point? You're not going to kill the Maokai. The Viego probably just kills you, as does the Misfortune, and Lysandra maybe won't be able to kill you, but you probably won't kill her either, and then Seraphine obviously can probably just root you up and survive, so it's very hard for Dobist here to play the Mordekaiser out at this point in the game already.
And mid lane is going to see the tower fall as setup comes to catch the wave. Currently we're seeing Ashe pick up bot side, and a lot of it is just this slowing of the tempo into the next dragon, as Shang-Chi, they just know they don't have to force Baron here. They just wait for Soul, they secure it. Statistics, I believe, are around 90% of teams who take Soul win the game. So that's very high win rate with Soul, especially when you have such a dominant lead in terms of gold.
Yeah, but I think that win rate for, I think the win rate for Cloud Soul especially needs to be put into context. I think because Cloud Soul is sort of the getting Cloud Soul and using Cloud Soul, which for many champions isn't very usable. Getting Cloud Soul generally means that your team's ahead enough that they can get it without having to worry too much anyways, and so...
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I do think that's a reason why Cloud Soul is so high compared to other dragons.
Oh, that's going to be Nihilak. Actually, a really good ult coming out from Dopus, trying to prevent the 1v2. Forces the pullback, and that's going to be the ultimate coming out from him, trying to stall as much time as possible. Meanwhile, the enemy bot lane's going to come up. It's going to be a 4v1. He's not going to be able to move. He's not going to be able to do anything. the Astral comes down. It's just too late. And that's going to be possessed as they turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Yeah, they turn their eyes towards the Baron, but you kind of... I've kind of been wondering where Eldaho's been this whole game. I mean, he's... like,
he's just farming.
He is farming,
necessary.
But he's sort of been pretty passive, and so I'm just trying to figure out what his game plan is here, because as Udyr, you definitely want to just Baron. Be able to stack check someone, but we never really saw him gank anywhere very early, and I'm just thinking, why pick Udyr?
I think he really needed to look to lane gank. That's the only real opportunity you have, given the enemy team being quite safe of laners. So honestly, I think the Udyr pick, it's a very strong pick for Eldaho, but into the likes of a Emma Seraphine bot lane, who is just gapping your own bot lane by so much, it's very hard to try to force a 3v2 there, just because of how easy it is for Seraphine to just slow Udyr, because he's taking flash instead of ghosts, and also the fact that her ultimate also will slow him down on his approach. It's very difficult for Udyr to actually pull off a successful gank, and X-Ray getting spotted out here. Viego is inside the shroud. Very dangerous.
Yep, very dangerous indeed, and if you're...
Ooh, setup here to look for a catch here. That's going to hit on the Viego, though. That's actually massive, but the MFO is going to deal so much damage. They're going to force them away. Meanwhile, the Viego is trying to get a kill here. He will get it possessed. That will be 2. Goblin flashes forward. He's trying to get as many kills for his team as possible. The wall will actually give them space. It will give them time. Only 2 members die, but they're going to lose the soul point at 25 minutes into this game, and the waves will be pushing in mid and top, and the objective bounties will spawn.
Yeah, but objective bounties aren't going to matter at this point. Cloud Soul being given over to Viego is just, it's too big for their team at this point. I do think that this game's, while it's not officially over yet, it really is just a formality at this point, I think, for Zhangxi to get the nail in the coffin and end this one. But surely the team with the lead in La Liga wouldn't find a way to throw, right?
I mean, it's never happened before, right? Oh,
hey,
this
surely.
is potential.
Oh
no, that's my very late, honestly.
I stopped breathing when I saw that Ashe volley. I'm not gonna lie. I was about to I was about to freak out.
Strand has stolen dragons before. He's stolen barons. wouldn't be the first time we've seen it. The interesting thing about this game is, unfortunately, I'm now on the side where I think Udyr needs to start giving his camps to his teammates. I do think that Udyr power farming is not going to put him and his team in a position to win this game anymore. And it's a very hard decision to make as a jungler because you're actually making yourself weaker. But Strand really needs to be hitting that 2 items because as soon as he hits that second item, he's going to be doing so much more damage. We really need to see Setup be hitting that next item. He hasn't even finished. He finished the Void Staff for the Penetration, a very unusual second item choice. So I'd like to see.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with you there. There's a Banshee's
On
Veil
the
on
Void Staff?
Lissandra, and yeah.
Oh.
Maokai's stacking MR. You have to be able to cut through him so that your team can do something for their backline, and it's just Void Staff definitely gives the most damage to him at this.
Oh, he definitely gets the most damage, but it's not. Normally people wait to take it because he doesn't have a lot of AP damage in the first place. That's gonna be ultimate coming down for both of them. As Seraphim's gonna try to buy the base space, but the MF ult does so much it burns through everybody. Eldo tries to make it out as actually Nihilek forced to Hourglass. The tower will fall, but Strain is not able to get a single kill. The level differences across the board are just so high. Shmi just getting chunked by a single auto Q from the likes of Goblin as they push through the spot wave. They could end the game off this push alone. X-Ray can tank for a bit and look to re-TP back. They do have Baron buff. It can be very scary.
Taken by X-Ray top. They're gonna look to just split this one out and play cleanly, which props to them for recognizing that it's possible for them to overstay here. Wall does actually cut them off a little bit. Hollow's having the flash.
Very good look. I think one of the biggest instances in this game was the lack of MF ults to be a pick tool. It was very much, it seems like it was defensive response to the enemy approaching rather than just trying to do anything to force picks, to force kills. And I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that it is a farm gank heavy jungler that didn't have the impact at any of the lanes that he needed to have.
Yeah, he didn't impact any of the lanes that he needed to, but honestly, when your Mordekaiser is this far behind, what do you gank if you're Eldaho? You can't really gank Lissandra because she just teleports away safely. And Seraphine will just root you, charm you, Misfortune will E you, and you will never ever touch them. Maokai honestly probably is the most gankable lane for Udyr, I think, in this game, but he's just... Top lane got shut down early and hasn't managed to recover at all.
The thing is, eventually this game will come to a close on this Elder Dragon regardless. I don't think Baron is the most important objective at this point. Elder Dragon just makes it so much easier for them to just run at the enemy team and MF to click R and actually just instantly kill every single member of the Win Respectors. But we're gonna see a 4-man mid, X-Ray's going top.
I do want to see X-Ray move down here. They don't actually have any real front line.
I think they should swap
in this game.
One of the laners. The solo laner should swap here.
No, I disagree. I think they just should be 5-stacking mid. They've got Udyr preoccupied with super minions in the bot lane. Their only front line can't help them at the moment, and Maokai can just dive. I do think that in a straight up 5v5, even if they're diving, that Zhongxi will come out on top here. They do elect to just back up and take camps, take the blue buff here, take vision as well. And they're just gonna wait for the next objective to come up, most likely, actually. Which is a little slow, but it is clean gameplay, and I do love seeing clean gameplay, even if it's slow, overseeing just random throws, which happen a lot in La Liga, so I'm excited.
I don't think this game is throwable.
So cleanly. Yeah, probably not. I don't think Mordekaiser is going to ever be relevant in this game, nor do I think Ashe will ever reach a point where her scaling matters versus MF, especially with Seraphine being present. And Udyr is already... I mean, Udyr is just going to fall off a cliff. He's just a stat check champion.
He's fallen off a cliff at this point. He's off the cliff. Like, he simply was not able to solo kill anyone outside the MF just on, like, 1v1s. I think both Lissandra and Seraphine and the Viego either get away or potentially run away with a kill just because they have so much more item numbers, and Udyr is a champion that stat checks most of champions he fights, especially early on.
Yep, and
but
we
now
see
we're
Dragon.
in the late game.
Yeah, and we see Dragon coming up here in 30 seconds, I believe. Anyways, it's coming up soon. Death Brush is going to be the strategy here, and it's probably going to be successful here. There's no vision. Actually, Ash Hawkshot does come out. Not gonna lie, didn't even think about that because I haven't seen Ash do much of anything, but oh, the bot lane gets actually caught out here. The MF ult is just gonna blow up.
Shmi is just gone. And Eldaho tries to run away here, but he's just gonna get killed by the likes of Viego, as X-Ray is actually gonna stop Strand from leaving. He will be another kill, leaving only the solo laners of Women's Respectors left. Elder Dragon will be secured, but the Blaze States will be pushed in. Bot lane with Goblin by himself is actually pushing. He's the highest level player in the game, tied with the solo laner Lissandra. He's higher than every single member of Women Respectors.
Yeah, and at this point, they're just throwing their bullets at Women Respectors here, and it just doesn't matter how well Women Respectors play, because outside of the Anivia, there's no real threat anymore for Zhongxi. And even then, the Anivia is very much immobile and can just be threatened by the Lissandra at any point in these fights. So, I do think that once this Baron gets taken, they probably just reset, get more items, and then look to end the game.
Yeah, I think they just 5-man ARAM it and win. They just have so much more stats. I mean, Lissandra 3 items. I'm going to see potentially 3 items from the Viego on this reset after Baron, and Flags of MF is going to be finishing Guardian Angel. So it's going to be a basically done and dusted game.
Yeah, done and dusted is a good way to put it. I think 2-3 items here on Women Respectors for each member, but 4 or 5 now coming out from Misfortune, from Viego. Like, I just don't see how they get back into this game at this point. The lead is too massive for even a La Liga team to throw at this point.
Well, I mean, you basically have 12, nearly 13,000 gold diff, 4 dragons. You have a Baron on your side. It's a crazy lead, and we're seeing, unfortunately, another disconnect from Strand and pause coming. He has reconnected, but unfortunately, I don't think it really makes a difference regardless of what happens for Women Respectors. They literally would need a miracle from God where they just get this insane shutdown from Goblin, another shutdown from Lissandra, and look to somehow turn this game into multiple bounties and just try to snowball some gold into themselves. But I just think the difference is too high.
Yeah, gold difference is too high, and well, what sort of draft adaptations would you like to see from Women Respectors in Game 2? Because I think they need to get Chris off the Mordekaiser and just admit that he wasn't able to take a champion in a good matchup and do anything effective with it, and maybe they just need to look to redraft to have more early game viability from their team, because I think Anivia, Mordekaiser, and Ashe as carries are just a little too weak early on. And Zhongxi were able to take advantage of that to get early dragons, and so I kind of want to see Chris maybe move to a tank and look to put more power budget into their bot lane for next game, if I'm Women Respectors.
Yeah, I think you should be putting more things into Strand, into Shmi, but if you're not willing to go down that route, you need to really get away for something to happen topside that isn't through the likes of Mordekaiser, because Mordekaiser is a feast or famine champion when it comes to his effectiveness. He needs to get a lead, he needs to get ahead. There's a very common reason he isn't played in more competitive environments, because if he doesn't get that lead that he needs, he doesn't really have that much impact outside of ulting the enemy jungler during a team fight to take away the potential of a smite, making it not a smite fight anymore, no longer a 50-50 flip.
Yep, and we see Nylik getting caught out here a little bit by Anivia. Does have to blow his splash, but honestly I don't think it matters. They're just going to regroup and push in this top wave here, and I think the game's going to be over after that point.
Yeah.
I think
they have Baron buff, they have, like, it's just everything that they need on their favor. The thing is, Dopus, and they're trying to go for something, but the tower just deleting itself so quickly. They need to force it to fight, but that's going to be Nylik tries to go for an ult, but he's going to ult himself. Actually, Eldaho on the backside will get CC up. People fall to the likes of Viego as Viego looks to forward, and that's going to be multiple kills onto the enemy bot lane. And it's just MF is just killing the enemy bot lane. She has no regard for this game. She's pumping out so much damage on these auto attacks so that the last member of his team just trying to hold the line with the ultimate on the Nivea. He will get rooted down. X-Ray will tower dive. He will go into the egg and he will fall as the Lissandra picks up the ace, ending the game 5-2, and just doing a great job. Just what it was just perfect all around. Every single member of Zhongxi, outside of potentially maybe top, won their lane or won their role within the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I put 10,000 channel points down on women respectors, and I'm kind of feeling like I need a refund at this point. Well played to Zhongxi in game one. We'll be heading to a short break here, I believe, as we get second draft going. I'm not quite sure how long that'll be. Actually, I don't even know if we're gonna go to break because this game's going so late. But okay, we are gonna go to a brief break as we get draft set up for the second game and get all the players into lobby.
Hey guys, Flash Knight here for game number 2 between Women Respectors and Zhongwu. See, fuck, I can't say this name.
Wow.
Really bad. I'm fumbling the bag.
Zhongxi
But
Wudai.
nevertheless, but we're seeing the Twisted Fate. We're already into the draft phase. Twisted Fate getting taken off the table from Nihilek. We're seeing Victor taken away from setup. A lot of focus from these bans on this mid lane. I want to see setup on a more aggressive laner because he is simply playing a champion like Anivia that or the Seraphine, where he has to just safe farm until a point where he can have impact. But when you normally have a player of such a level or caliber diff between them in terms of their play style, but also their rank and their knowledge, you want to see them taking advantage of that and developing leads. And I just haven't seen setup do that so far in that previous game. He was just like, Lissandra was a completely okay roaming there and giving up farm to just have way more impact across the map. It's kind of like the whole thing with like Twisted Fate or the Katarina mid who just like leaves her lane and just goes roaming for kills.
I don't know. The problem is he played Anivia, and Anivia requires quite a bit of time to scale, and the map actually just completely fell apart before he even got to that point. He still did end, I think, with the best scoreline on his whole team. But yeah, I don't know. If I was set up, I still think he could run the Anivia back, but he needs to figure out how to draft a better bot lane for his team this time around, or at least one with more agency around the first couple of team fights, because we see the Misfortune picked up here.
Yep.
which obviously is going to just go towards Shen, who is a very good MF. Takes it away from Rob as well, so you get that as a bonus. But we'll see what the mid lane picks are here. I'm more curious to see what those will look like.
I think the jungle situation here is going to be also very interesting because typically Eldaho goes for these farm-heavy junglers. Udyr is up. The question is, does he pick it again, or does he go for someone who has a potentially a little more impact, a little more agency to start team fights, or really start ganks off, such as like Jarvan, other champions like Nocturne, Sejuani, just things that have a little more click a button, catch someone, and try to go for a kill, rather than being this stat check Udyr monster.
Yeah, I do expect an aggressive support being blocked in here from Women Respectors draft, probably followed by their jungle pick here. They'll probably just pick up the Udyr B2 or B3 here. At least that's my expectation if they're... Okay, Zyra coming out. Obviously,
I did think that was going to happen.
The more aggressive support, Noah mains it. It's just his best, or Shmi mains it. It is just his best support. And I think it's a good pick for them here. Does poke out quite a bit. Can actually threaten to just kill the Seraphine, even just off of a root. So, yeah, it's a good response to Caitlyn Seraphine. Although I do think that Caitlyn and Seraphine probably can stand their own ground. And we actually see Vex being picked up here third. Probably just a draft adaptation here from Women Respectors saying, hey, it doesn't really matter what set of plays, he's going to win lane anyways, let's just put him on his next best champ before they have a chance to ban it out. And so that's what they do. And so they're probably gonna have a response in the mid lane here, R3 from Zhongxi, and I expect it to be something more supportive, or more like global. Okay, Lissandra does come out.
Taken away.
Yep, a little bit more of a supportive mid laner, can threaten to dive people, can threaten to just ult them and keep them out of a fight for an extended period of time. We see Jarvan being hovered for the ban here, probably will just lock that in after a few seconds, probably just giving themselves more time to talk, but yep, we see that coming out. Obviously just target towards Eldaho, it is his best champ. They probably follow that up with a new Udyr ban, by the way, if they are looking to just target Eldaho out here. Meanwhile, I expect actually to see potentially top lane bans here from Women Respectors, probably just banning out the tanks. Actually, they gave out the ban to Viego. I didn't really think Viego was
I don't think Viego
necessarily
was the
problem.
maker.
Well, no, I don't think he was the problem, but he certainly was the buildup of all the problems that they had to deal with. So while he wasn't like the strongest early on, he definitely became, at some point in the game, the one of the carries for women, or sorry, for Zhongxi in that game. Expecting a new Deer ban here. Nocturne actually banned out. I don't know how I feel about that because Women Respectors actually does need a frontline in this draft, and so I do think if they lock in Nocturne here, they just risk having way too squishy of a team too early on in the draft. But
I mean,
Nocturne...
obviously, a lot of these junglers are kind of the meta junglers have been taken away. Viego, we're seeing the Hecarim gone. Udyr is still up on the table. It'll be interesting to see if GYX takes it just because of also running in. But I think the Trundle is an option here as a jungler if Women Respectors or Zhongxi picks super big tanks with these last two picks.
And they actually elect to ban the Udyr, so I wonder what they have in mind here, because you would think that after banning Viego, Eldaho would probably just feel comfortable taking the Udyr, because he's obvious. I think that is his best champ, and I think he's comfortable into most matchups on it right now. Wukong being picked up by Zhongxi here, though, giving them more of a front line and more dive tools that they're looking for. Fits very well with the composition, and we might...
I'm skeptical of the monkey.
We could see...
as a jungler pick.
You can't really pick... I don't know. I think that they're going to definitely go with something with lockdown, just because MF needs to be able to ult, Vex needs to be able to ult in these team fights and hit them. Okay, Ornn coming down, that is definitely more lockdown for them. It's probably just going top lane to Chris, and we, like I talked about, just throw him on a tank top lane. There's no need to have him on a carry top lane if he's not going to be able to push advantages or create any. And I still do expect this 5th pick from blue here to be something pretty CC heavy.
Honestly, I think Camille Top is an option if Dopus is willing to play it, just because it plays very well into Ornn. Volibear taken in the jungle, actually. Volibear is a very easy champion to play into the likes of Wukong or Seraphine, because when those ultimates start coming at him, he can just click R, and yes, he will take damage, but he gains a lot of HP in terms of he increases his max HP, and proportionally it will go up, but he also gets like a buffer where he can't get CC'd or displaced.
Yeah, and that Ornn Volibear being
No,
drafted.
not the Mordekaiser again.
No. This isn't on Dopus. This is on Zhongxi. This
That's on
is gonna
X-Ray?
be. Yeah, this is gonna be on X-Ray.
No.
I think.
No, that's not. Ornn just literally just says, I don't have to fight you. I don't ever want to fight you. I just farm to 13, and now Mordekaiser is forced to make plays happen, or he just innately loses the lane.
I like it. It's a Giga Chad move from Chris. He's saying, I'm going to be the better Chris tonight, and I'm going to show you how to play this champion. So that's what we're going to see in this game. Very exciting pick here from X-Ray as he picks up the Mordekaiser R5 here. But again, it is susceptible to that same problem that we talked about. If he can't find anything onto the Ornn early on and snowball himself into an advantage, we might just see him be completely useless this game, right? So, yeah, that's pretty much all that there is to it. I think there's a lot of dive potential for both teams actually. Volibear can lock down turrets and just ult in at somebody. Mordekaiser can ult someone, send them to Brazil. As well as Wukong, who can just dive and knock you up twice, which is really hard to deal with. Both teams actually play out in a very similar way throughout this game. Now, MF, I think, is a better AD carry in this game, just because her ult fits with her team's thematic a little more. But I think it'll be fine. I think even though Kaelin's not as great as the Misfortune in this draft, Seraphine is a big difference maker here. I think at some point she will outscale the Zyra and the Vex and just be a really big problem for women respecters here.
I think the most important matchup for me in this game actually is this Wukong Volibear, because Wukong has a lot of crowd control with his ultimate. It's kind of what defines him now, the tornado with the spin. The issue is Wukong actually has seen a lot of decrease in priority among competitive play, but also in solo queue as he has suffered from some nerfs. He's also quite difficult to pull off and requires a lot of game time on. So it'll be interesting to see if Wukong succeeds into the likes of very tanky characters such as Ornn and Volibear, and Vex too, because Vex does end up building some HP with the items she chooses, normally going for that Everfrost. So, and also normally Hourglass too, so she can Hourglass when she ults in. So I do think Wukong potentially and that Mordekaiser are those two things that I'm thinking like, oh god, if those characters do not get ahead or really punish their opposing players, their opposing roles like the Ornn and the Volibear, I just don't see the value that they provide within Zhongxi.
Yeah, Ornn items will be a problem, but I also do think that, man, Ornn items are going to be a problem, but also Seraphine problems are going to be an item. I do think that this game is going to actually, it might actually just come down to whether or not Mordekaiser manages to get ahead this game, which is a little weird to think about because you would think that both of these guys probably look to just dive bot lane and get one of the 80 carries ahead, but if they're doing that and they're just going back and forth and the game gets scrappy, it's definitely top lane actually becomes pretty impactful in determining who wins here because the
Yeah,
stronger top laner around objectives this game will win and win the game for their team in these team fights. At least
I would
that's
like
my theory on it.
I would like to note the impact of Ornn more than Mordekaiser when he's behind, just because of his ult. I think has significantly more upside than Mordekaiser's ult. If they're behind, like Ornn can at least threaten knockups, but Mordekaiser really has to like burn summoner spells to even get on top of the opponents, and he can't even win most 1v1s if he's behind by too much.
All right. Sounds like we are ready to go to a break, so I will be handing it off to production to send us off to a break. Apparently, we have a little bit of a surprise for you guys, though, so stick around during the break. And goodbye.
Chained unto me, my adolescent dreams, pulling, dragged me deep. All my body exposed, marked up by your shadows. Tighten up of your senses, no fairness is needed for peace. Laughter's above, playing through smiles. Die, get low, faith in sorrow, but tomorrow is built upon your flesh. Slay the last of your kind to reclaim what's rightfully Will you be disappointed that I'm not who I used to be? Will you hold me tightly, chained unto me, my adolescent dreams, pulling, dragged me deep. All my body exposed, marked up by your shadows. Piece by piece, the tables turn and turn again in this eternal game. This we slotted cream and milk tea. Time to roll your D20. Gods or demons ready to admit defeat. Appendages, they're not that much smarter than us. Laughter's above, playing through smiles. Die, get thrown, swallow your fate. Never forget our blades with blood and tears, and your piercing screams are music to celebrate. Infiltrate, penetrate, so ahead to destroy. Back to the old days, like the last of your kind, to reclaim what's rightfully
Hey guys, Flash Knight here with TSM head Sharon for Game 2 between Zhangxi and Woon Respectors. Currently, we're going to see a side swap and a 5-point from both of these teams to start off the game.
Yep. Pretty standard gameplay so far. You usually have two options in the beginning of the game, just 5-pointing and protecting yourself, or going for the slightly riskier, but also potentially more valuable invade, because you can get information and you can get potentially kills that way, but you can also get killed that way. So it is just a standard start from both of these teams. Let's take a look real quick at the summoners and the runes we see. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Lysandra will be taking Arcane Comet again. Cleanse on Misfortune. I don't think it actually cleanses the Mordekaiser roll. I believe she needs to buy QSS for that to work. But it will cleanse the Lysandra crowd control and the Seraphine ult. So, other than that, we do see a little bit of cheese coming out of the bot lane here. It's Brandon Shmi opting to hide in this bush, and
They're gonna
he
miss
missed
though.
the root.
But if that hits, that's the Ignite getting dropped very early as they push him away. 400 HP, but Hollow able to get out, drops no summoners. Just gonna pop a potion or two.
Yeah, pops a potion, but that's gonna be it. And now Shmi is actually taking a good amount of poke, and now that he's down a summoner, he actually committed the Ignite in that fight. Is actually going to be a little bit of a rough time for Misfortune and Zyra here, just for the first couple of waves as Ignite comes back up, because they're not going to have nearly as much kill pressure.
Top size. And Conquer is going to allow the X-Ray to just be able to push away the likes of Ornn, and that's the thing about playing the Mordekaiser early, and really a lot of those champions that have abilities that tick very, very quickly as they proc the Conquer, and then it becomes a lot harder to fight them. But Dopus able to just regen a lot of his HP just through the fact that he has Doran Shield.
Yeah, and the spot lane lead manifesting itself as a result of Misfortune and Zyra not being able to get anything. A little bit of trading going on in mid lane.
Yeah, that's actually not going to see the dodge come though. That's going to be first blood for the enemy. As meanwhile, Strand going to have to see his support die before his eyes. Support going for support as Eldaho looks for a trade here. He'll actually end up taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Wukong going to see a gank on the opposite side of the map. But one for one there. But first blood not secured, and Flash burned off almost all of the bot lane of Women Respectors.
Yeah, and I mean, it was... So Hollow's Eve actually ended up getting the first blood there by like a frame or two. Eldaho actually finds Goblin again, and he blows shield, but now he's on the wrong side of the map. He's just gonna have to blow Flash. And he will get out here, but that's a pretty heavy price to pay when really I don't think he even needed to stay
X-Ray
at all.
Not taking tower damage there actually. If he took tower shots, he ends up dying, and Dopest could honestly die to a single auto Q. At this point, he has to be very careful with his flash, and the difference in CS is starting to form.
Yep, and this is what we saw actually from Mordekaiser in game 1 as well, a pretty early farm lead, but it's going to take some level of work to actually manifest that into anything more than just a small farm lead, especially against Ornn, who doesn't really care if he's down in farm early.
As long as he gets XP, it's good.
Yep, but Rob now being out of summoners, I'm looking to Eldaho to repeat gank the spot lane, maybe have setup come down as soon as he hits level 6, because he will hit 6 before Rob gets his flash back up, or Goblin gets his flash back up, and
Zyra gonna be caught out there. Nihilek burns the flash though, because he can't cast E due to a stun, and we're seeing the effects of setup on this Vex pick a lot more aggressive compared to the likes of the Anivia, and he's able to shove waves actually quite fast early. Anivia doesn't really have that until her ultimate.
Although I will say, I think that the bigger difference for Women Respectors in this game so far has been Eldaho, actually. We didn't see a whole lot of impact out of him in game 1, but so far he's managed to blow a bunch of sums bot lane, as well as getting a kill, and manages to blow the flash out of Lysandra as well. So little advantages like that stall a team from being able to look for kills and be confident in team fights around objectives, and so it's just really good by him to be looking for these early ganks, which can get a lot for his team, especially as the first objectives, Dragon coming up here on the map, are available now. So I do expect Women Respectors to actually have a shot at getting dragons this game.
A potential top lane. He's gonna have the Conquer stacks completed. Burns the flash as Eldaho runs forward. Flash coming out from Dopus. He's trying to go into X-Ray. They will secure the kill for the Ornn, and he's taking advantage of his wave states, and he picks up a kill. Setup goes in for it. He gets the fear off, but he doesn't have the mana to cast any other abilities.
Yeah. No mana, but it was a good look by him. He doesn't blow Ignite or anything, so he doesn't commit too hard for it. But yeah, top lane, am I getting a deja vu, Ben? Is that what I'm seeing?
I think so. We're currently seeing just the fact that another dragon is going to go over to the likes of Zhongxi, and they're just going to keep their bot lane in a pretty good state of the game. Like, they lose so little. Like, what? How do they keep getting so many free dragons? Last time they didn't lose any objectives. In this game, they're on track to do the same thing. Might have lost Garrett. But nevertheless, we're going to see the lanes from both of these teams just kind of bounce back and forth, as neither of them really wants to force a Herald right now. It isn't in a minute, but due to the lack of level 6s coming out from the junglers, we're just going to see the resets from Zhongxi across the map here as setup into Lissandra. At this point in the game, Lissandra no longer has pushing power. She really has only pushing power early on, or when she gets a lead in terms of AP, so she can spam her Q into the wave. But she doesn't have that. Vex simply drops EQ and just rips the wave apart. Okay, so we just got word that Garrett crashed as the Deja Vu just like infected him so much that his computer couldn't even take it. And we're gonna see another play coming out from the top side of the map. He has the ultimate, and oh my god, this potentially is a kill, but Dopus casts the ultimate. He gets it over the wall. He does not have flash, so he can't chase, but instead he drops the CS, and I think that ultimate was not necessary. Currently, we're seeing some posturing for the Herald. And Garrett, you're with us again, right? I heard your voice for a moment. Yep. Ooh, that's gonna be the flash forward coming out. That's gonna be Vex though going in. She's gonna get a massive knockup. They need a reset though. That's gonna be the jungler dying to the ignite as Shmi is here, changing the game for the difference. As X-Ray is just trying to fight Eldaho there. It's not like will fall. That will be an entire team wipe across the board, and no members of Wound Respectors will fall as they pick up their first objective on the map.
Yep, and that is, I talked about it earlier, but that's just the result of Women Respectors getting a bunch of summoners early out from the Volibear. And so it becomes really hard for Zhongxi to properly play these team fights, and they end up getting punished for it, you know? The Mordekaiser and Lissandra were already quite a bit behind, and so they end up losing the fight.
Yeah, the thing about Lissandra is her early game isn't like incredibly good. It's normally those levels 1 through 3 that are quite strong with her Q and fighting for those crabs. She normally doesn't do too well around that level 6 spike compared to the likes of Vex, who is just going to be able to trade really easily. And look, Nihilek takes a really bad trade again. Jungler tries to go for something, but look where Eldaho is. He's just right outside, able to flash over the wall if he really needs to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to gank Vex when she's right in front of her tower. Nothing realistically can really happen there. If you do manage to get in range of her, she's just probably gonna fear you and walk away, so. A little bit of
the power of Vex into the likes of melee bruisers such as Wukong.
Yeah. But also it's just like, it's one of those ganks where it feels like it's a 10% chance of actually working, so I almost wonder if it would have been better for him to just go elsewhere and say, hey, Lissandra, get your wave to bounce first before we look for this.
Currently we're seeing Mordekaiser shove very hard on the top side. Ornn does have Herald here, so he's able to take a lot faster with base, but I think he's just waiting for this wave. Pops the ultimate actually, gonna go in onto X-Ray, going for that brittle auto, but he was just not enough, too far away. Loses the ultimate, but the goal lead for Wound Respectors, quite high, Garrett, like look at that.
Yeah, now mounting to 2k in this game at 10 minutes, it's a pretty impressive lead for Women Respectors at this point in the game. You would almost think that with Wukong and Caitlyn that they might even be stronger early, but just intelligent gameplay by Eldaho, and they managed to find advantages all around the map and get objectives off of it, so 2k gold lead for them now, even with Zhongxi having the first dragon.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just the fact that Wukong here is really struggling to keep up with the Volibear. He's not as fast as around the map. His clearing speed isn't as quick. He really excels in his ability to team fight, like the Wukong, and potentially we might see a team fight go down here, but Setup does have Prio. They know he's there. If they go, and that's going to be actually Wukong getting caught. The ultimate comes out actually a little too early as he's going to see the ultimate come down from both of them as Vex goes in. She's going to secure 1 kill. She does have the ultimate. If she wants to do the reset, just keeps fighting again after again after again, and as MF drops her own ultimate, not going to connect with anyone, but Nylik tries to get out. He's so low. Eldaho flashes forward coming out from him. That's going to be a triple kill for Setup, and this is the pick you want to see him on when he's just dominating in the mid lane.
Yep, and man, now 9-1 at 11 minutes. It's looking really rough with that 2k gold lead is now ballooned to just under a 5k gold lead at this point. Well, it's closer to 4k, but point being that women Respectors, I think they just played to their win conditions very well in the first 10 minutes of this game, and it's just shown that, you know, a good draft can make all the difference for these teams, because with a much better draft here, they've shown that, hey, they can play in the early game too. You know, they don't have to just wait around for Anivia to scale and like they did in game 1. So
yep, I think the agency from Setup on his champion pick is and also from Eldaho is the deciding factor of this game. I think it was less of the bot lane picks and more of the fact that Eldaho and Setup have champions now that can force fights. They have the ability to decide when their team goes in. They're not really waiting for the enemy to mess up or approach them.
exactly. And now with a 4k gold lead, 4.5k gold lead, this game isn't over. Obviously, nowhere close to that, but it is getting to the point where this game actually might, in some respects, be hard for women Respectors to play out, because they have massive shutdowns on their carries early on. But other than that, like, I expect for them to just have full objective control for the next 10 minutes or so, and I'm looking to see, you know, how quickly can they turn this advantage into a
X
win.
is roaming.
Yep. I don't think he'll get anything here, though. It's pretty well warded, actually, by Robin Hollow's Eve, or Goblin and Hollow's Eve. We do see Wukong coming down as well with Lysandra closely behind him. Did Vex actually see the Wukong there? I don't think he did.
Vex is going to see Wukong. She's actually going to
gets
walk
charmed.
into a charm, though. That's going to be her actually just barely dodging the trap as Setup goes in. He's going to be under the tower. He casts his own. Meanwhile, the Wukong is going to cast the barrage, trying to get a single kill. Zeldaho looks for it. He's going to get the auto attacks to finish this. A double kill is picked up for Nylik. Nylik is going to be fighting the 1v1 against the Volibear, the Bear of Death. Without Flash, he does not have no way to get out. He can't slow for enough. Goblin will end up dying in that exchange, so it will be 3-4-3.
Yeah, and it ends up being a 3-for-3, but honestly, with Vex giving away the shutdown there, that just goes in the favor of Rob's team, and, you know, it's like the, it's like a wise old man once said, surely the team with the lead in La Liga wouldn't throw, right? Well,
Yeah.
that is a little bit of a throw if you're the side of women Respectors, giving away an early shutdown like that. I'm not actually sure who it went to there. I didn't quite
I
see.
think he went to Wukong.
No, it looks like Lysandra, based on the
Lysandra
chat
picked it
text.
up?
Yep.
I just don't think. I think it is better on Wukong because I think he needs to get gold to force more fights like that, because he really needs to finish those boots. He really is going to probably realistically have to make a choice between Merc Treads and Tabbies. I think Merc Treads is the better option given the slows, the CC. But now they're pinched in a moment. He's down by levels. Eldaho is up 2 levels compared, but X-Ray inside the pit gets the ultimate to come down. He's just stuck inside. He can't even cast his own ultimate. He's going to get it forward, though. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Goblin is trying to fight. He's going to get CC'd up. He's going to get completely bursted away. Meanwhile, Hollowverse is trying to win away as the enemy jungle is going to trade 1-for-1 with the ADC, as Hollowverse will also fall as the double kill puck comes up for Setup on this Vex, and they look to take the midway, and they're just extending their lead by so much.
Yep, and they find another clean team fight. Actually, both of these big team fights now for women Respectors have been around this Rift Herald, and Setup taking a good trade here, but it's not going to matter. Yeah, but 3-for-1 in their favor means that this game is, now with the second Rift Herald, probably just going to be 3 very easy to take tier 1s for them, and their gold lead's probably going to get close to 10,000 here, probably before 20 minutes even, so well played.
possible.
Very well played to women Respectors in this early game.
So the thing is though, now that the fact that Women Respectors have a lead, what can Zhongxi really do to turn this game in their favor? Obviously, they have some powerful ultimates for the team fight, but we just saw there the likes of the Ornn ult and the Vex were just better abilities. So really, what can Zhongxi do in this game to turn it in their favor?
I mean, it just has to be a good pick from Lissandra and Wukong as a pair. Or Seraphine and Wukong, or Seraphine and Lissandra. Just enough CC to lock down one of the members of Women Respectors early on.
Ooh, no, that's going to be Eldaho actually giving me attention caught. That's going to be this extension of the Charm. The Charm will pick up the kill. Meanwhile, Vex has casted her ultimate. It is marked, but the mark will go away. This is actually a really important pick because this dragon is up in 8 seconds and Eldaho is dead.
Well, back to my earlier conversations about throws. Giving a 900 gold kill to Caitlyn is one way to do that. But again, it starts with I believe Wukong and Seraphine just landing all their CC there, enabling the Caitlyn to clean up the Volibear, and now they're gonna get Dragon, the second
But
Dragon
Shimi
of
has
the
a
game
chance
for
to
them.
steal this.
I don't think
Goblin's
he will.
not on it. I mean, Leandri's is available, so he could get that random
Ornn
tick.
is
It
waiting to
possible.
teleport.
Yep. And they're just
Opts
they're
not
not
to.
focusing it. Goblin needs to be on this. He needs to be auto-attacking. Because he really does the damage and it will reset. Drag resets and goes up to 5,000 HP.
Yep, and they're getting sandwiched now a little bit as they're taking the
sandwiched.
rest of their time.
She will try to burst, it will not be enough. It actually does secure the kill on with the Zyra. That will be 1 kill. No ultimates available. They're going to see this. Both of the summoners getting burned. Going to see the heal getting popped around as Eldaho looks for something here. He gets ulted down by Lissandra. They're trying to get some additional damages. Although forced to flash and he comes over the tower and he cancels the turn as Eldaho is looking very strong here. He's CC'd under. That's going to be the teleport onto the trap as the flash comes out for Goblin. He will fall down to Eldaho as well as we're currently seeing the unfortunate incident of Nihilak falling again. A triple kill for Volibear. Looking for one more. He's just going for it. He gets the smite. He's going to secure another kill. And he cannot get the penta because Wukong's coming out of base. But look at the level difference. Look at the CS, the kills. He's 10-1. Just absolutely a monster in this game. And that's what happens when you give him agency. Because before on that Udyr pick,
Yeah,
he
and
just
this
was
is
not
why.
able to take advantage of leads.
Yeah, and this is why even after game 1, I wasn't counting Women Respectors out of this series, because I know that Eldaho can be a huge difference maker for this team, and he's showing it this game. 10-1 now on the Volibear. They end up picking up a lot of kills in that fight, as well as Rift Herald does go down mid. They do get the second charge off. But from the side of Zhongxi here, Caitlyn is building
Oh, I don't like
Serrated
the
Dirk,
Gale
and
Force.
I do like the Gale Force, but Serrated Dirk going into Collector, I'm not a fan of into Volibear and Ornn, because no one else on his team is going to have the damage to
Oh
deal
no,
with the line.
Goblin. He's gonna see the ultimate forced away from Hollowverse, but Eldaho looking for something here. He's gonna get the trap. Meanwhile, we're gonna see the jungler go in. He's trying to 1v. He's trying to pick up another kill. He does have the flash. He will get the knockout, but he will not be able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Volibear actually being able to take. He has the ultimate. He doesn't even need to use it actually, and he gets a double kill for himself. He's so unbelievably fed off the likes of Zhongxi's bot lane. Collectively 2-10.
And I'm getting
this game just looks over.
And I'm getting deja vu from the first game. A completely useless Ornn paired with a mid laner who actually did relatively well in the game, but it's just not going to be enough, and it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and I think Opus proved that just Mordekaiser isn't a pick in this series that is going to favor either team. He simply is not able to punish tanks like you normally expect him to, and
Especially not if he
players
goes
are willing.
Collector.
Ornn going what?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Caitlyn.
No, I was talking about Ornn. Ornn is just like not getting punished here from the Mordekaiser. Sorry, maybe I said the wrong champion name.
That's all good. We've got a little bit of a scrap going on here around the Baron, but I don't think it'll turn into anything. Zhongxi has every member here, but Women Respectors has definitely given them more than enough time to get back into this river. X-Ray actually gets caught by the Zyra route. I think
But
if
he will
Zyra
not
threw that ult
die.
earlier, he dies.
Goblin gets slowed here. That's going to be just the ability of Caitlyn to get some good damage on the autos, but she needs 2 items. The fact that she's going Collector, she's just not going to have the damage to get through the 3-item Volibear That's just disgusting. And look, Goblin's in a pinch. He can't get, he cancels the E. He fails it for the Victor. He will die as the MF Cold comes in and just burns everyone. And El Ho is just here on top of them all to secure the kills as the triple kill comes down for Strand and just proving how valuable MF is in this series.
And they can just look to end the game here. Wave is almost there. Actually, probably not. Mordekaiser. I actually didn't see Mordekaiser was still alive until he reset. But yeah, Baron will be theirs. And now with a 10k gold lead at 20 minutes, this is looking very, very dominant from Women Respectors. And you know, this is really impressive from them, especially after how rough game 1 was. You know, usually I think these sort of series are very momentum based, and it's usually this team that stomps a game probably has the mental advantage going into game 2, but Women Respectors definitely one of the more mentally resilient teams, and they're showing it this game, and they've definitely
yeah, I think
found
a lot of it is
composition
just the draft change, though.
Yeah, and they definitely, I was about to say, they've definitely found a composition that works way better for them as well.
Ooh, El Ho, he has a flash, he will get the smite, he's just going in, he's just so unkillable here. He might be taken to the Death Realm, and that's going to be Strand 1v1ing X-Ray inside of here. Without the flash, without the kill, he will fall, but look who's going to show up. El Ho is just taking a rip through the enemy team. We're going to see Dopus versus X-Ray here. The Chris versus Chris as they walk into the river looking for something, a setup. Forcing the ultimate away. He will get the fear though, and he has no flash, and it looks like he will just be done. The dragon will be secured, tying it up here as Dopus trying to go for something onto X-Ray. They want to dive this tower, but he has like 3,500 HP. I think it's doable. Oh, the knockup, and that's gone. He's done.
Yep. And, you know, I'm starting to think maybe game 3, neither team should be looking at Mordekaiser as a priority pick at all. Or even a pick at all, sorry. But yeah, blue side is going to pick up the second drag of the game here. I don't think Dragon Soul will be on the cards for this game. It's just too far away for either team. I mean, unless Women Respectors throws, but I do think that they can just, yeah, surely they wouldn't. But honestly, I do think that this game is over, unofficially speaking, of course. But you know, if you're Rob's team, you definitely at this point need to be thinking about how to win game 3 instead of focusing too much on this one, because you've reached a point where it's snowballed out of control. And
well, yeah, I think a lot of it is just bad drafting that snowballed into unfortunate fights that they just couldn't win, and then this just sees goal leads generate, and now at this point the drafting doesn't even matter. The goal leads are so large that it's just over.
Yep, and I didn't think their draft was all that bad, but they made too many early mistakes, and El Ho grabbed flashes out of 3 lanes in the first 5 minutes of the game, so it does just show that when he's on a champion that he has more agency on, El Ho is still probably the best jungler in the league, or top 2 at least.
Oh, that's going to be an instant kill coming out from Vex. Just so much burst. She's going to hit another one of Goblin. That's going to be another kill, double kill. She's actually going to hit the triple. Meanwhile, she's going to look for it. She's going to pick up a Quadra. And no Penta as Nihilix is on the bot side of the map. And again, Quadra's in this game for Women Respectors as they look to end the game off this push.
Be a homie and teleport top lane for the Penta? Probably not.
No, probably not, as it is a comp game.
Will he give his fellow WoW guildmate a Penta? Oh my goodness.
He teleports back, but I think the timer has run out.
Yes, it's run out.
They're going to be taking 2 inhibs here as Baron and Dragon are 3 minutes off the spawn. The thing is, the damage from setup on Vex is going to be seeing him finish Rabadons, and at that point I feel like it's just such a large gap in terms of jungle mid that the game is just over. Like, they could probably 2v5 this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, 25 kills between 2 members here. This isn't just like winning, this is a slaughter here. And, you know, Zhongxi are on the receiving end of it this time. They did really well in game 1, but we're seeing just how good Women Respectors can be when they get the right draft and get early leads.
Yeah, this definitely proves that these teams, a lot of it is that drafting phase. Taking champions that win lane for your players who actually aren't as good of laners, such as taking X-Ray Mordekaiser into Ornn, and he just wasn't able to take advantage of it, just like Dopest wasn't. Like you said earlier, Mordekaiser are going to probably fall off the priority list for both of these teams come Game 3 if we do get to that point, and the likes of Volibear will rise. He will be another jungle that they have to keep on the radar.
Yep. Although I do have to point out, Rob finishing Collector breaks my heart a little bit. We knew pretty early on that both of the tanks were going to be problematic, but he does finish the Collector.
I think LDR is probably just better second, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, and we've got Proton Flat
that's
Player
just going to
in
be the
our
dive
ears.
coming out. He's going to see a lot of CC to stall, but Setup just does too much damage. He gets a double. He will miss, though, taking a lot of tower shots. Looks like he's going to actually go through. The flash comes out, as that's going to be Strand looking for some serious damage on the X-Ray. That will be a complete team wipe, except for GYX. They just flash forward. What is that? Oh, he fakes him out! He fakes him out with the W! He fakes
does that hold up, does that count as a production curse? We had Noah in our ears saying this is winnable for red side about half a second before they all went and died.
Yeah, this game was over the moment that like jungle mid are 15-1, 12-1. It's just GG.
Yeah,
I'm surprised it
8.
took this long for Setup to get a performance like this. Like, when you are a diamond level mid laner playing to the likes of gold players, you should be having incredibly large leads, unless your team is just griefing you.
Okay, but you don't understand Victor Gober. Anivia Gober. Anyways, really well played by Women Respectors. After that, we, I believe, are going to go to another short intermission, as we usually do between games. And in the meantime, I'm looking to see what this Game 3 draft is going to look like, because, you know, I think Women Respectors just shook everything up for this series.
Hey guys, Flash Knight here for game number 3. I think this is the first game in La Liga that we've had go to 3 games. Most of them have been 2-0 stops, but that's going to be a pretty important start for the league. And really, we're seeing a really competitive series with the likes of Goblin taking blue side again. Blue side has won both games so far, so we'll see if that does have an impact come later on.
Yep, and I think that Zhongxi is going to have to rethink how they draft in this game. They got completely stomped out of game 2, and maybe it is a little bit of a confidence shaker for them being put down that hard, but we'll see. I know that Rob has pretty good mental in these games, and so I do expect some adaptation here, and I actually think game 3 could be pretty close. I think the side of Women Respectors, you know, no need to fix what's not broken, and well, nothing was really wrong about their comp, and they played it really damn well, and so I'm expecting them to pressure Zhongxi into having to draft the same way this game.
Yeah, I mean, currently we're seeing a lot of mid bans again. Vex is now on the chopping block for Setup, just really showing just how strong of a performance it is for him. And I think a lot of this is just due to the fact that when you have a team who has a very strong mid jungle. I mean, both of these players have played in up to Diamond 4 in their respective roles that have won games before. You should see them take over a game in just terms of how they rotate, and we saw that last game. Game 1, not as much. We really saw both of them just kind of sit there as they took way too long to scale and really didn't have agency, but now when they have that agency, they just boom, boom, boom. We saw kill after kill after kill, fight after fight after fight. So maybe in this game, Nilik changes it up. He tries to draft something that has agency as well, even when behind, and same goes for X-Ray. Or do we just see a revert back to Game 1 comps?
No, I think we'll see a revert back to a more standard draft. Maybe not Game 1 comp necessarily, but I do think both of these teams want to just be able to win this game pretty cleanly, and there's no real need to throw a curveball.
Yep, Zillion, Hecarim.
Yeah, Zillion and Hecarim being up though, that is a good point, because, oh, okay, I'm a little bit behind on Draftable. It's bugged out for me. Didn't even notice. Anyways, Zillion picked up B1, Hecarim, Seraphine B, R1, R2 response. A lot of movement speed in this game. Everyone's
I
gonna
like
be
the
zooming.
Hecarim, but I think Zillion is a very good pick because Zillion actually is a percentage slow with his E, and so it doesn't matter really how fast Hecarim's going. He does lose about the proportionally the same amount of movement speed. If you cast E on Hecarim when he's charged with his E, he slows down drastically, losing 500 movement speed and just going to a crawl, which will give the 80 carry like Sivir, who can cast her R and get space, a way for her team to get away from him, and he is a dive champ that Seraphine will be looking to follow up. So if he just gets slowed on the approach, he's just going to get chunked because he will not be able to take anyone out.
Yeah, just not being the response here, it's thrown me off a little. I don't really like it into Zillion and Sivir. I think a champion that has to all in order to win trades like Tristana just kind of gets hard countered by Zillion, and Zillion is also just a great response to Hecarim, so I feel like women Respectors might be countering themselves a little bit here in draft, maybe more than they intend to, but we'll see. Viego getting picked up by Zhongxi again is going to be really, really good. I do think it is Jix's most impactful champion in the jungle. I do think Janaban coming
Horn
out
getting
here.
banned away. I think that's a thing that we should focus on, is the fact that they're really pinching this top pool in the second part of the banning phase, because they do not want to see Chris, they do not want to see Dopest on these like utility top laners, because last Ward is getting banned.
Yep, and I think this actually calls back to what I said in the draft for game 1, where I mentioned that these two teams play very different sides of the map. Women Respectors will want to play towards the top side ideally, and Zhongxi will want to play towards the bottom side, and we see that reflected in the bans here with Zhongxi banning out the top side and Women Respectors banning out the bot side here in the second phase of draft. I do expect that the mid lane pick will come out here. Okay, it's Renata, so it is Seraphine mid from Women Respectors. So, and now
I think the
Zhongxi just
Seraphine
needs.
mid is fine into Zillion. It's a really good trade for the
Well,
likes
no, I
of
think that this is
setup.
going to be. I think that this is going to be Zillion support. I do think that Zhongxi need to find a response.
No,
to
that's
Seraphine
Yumi.
here. Oh, okay,
That's confirming. But look, that has to be a tank top laner, and that's Sejuani coming in as that tank top laner who has a lot of lockdown. Sivir Yumi will be interesting to see from Goblin, because Sivir has been hit with a lot of changes, a lot of nerfs. He's really fallen out of the priority in the game, and I think a lot of that's just the fact that she no longer is just so strong, just like so unbelievably good at pushing waves and getting tempo, that teams aren't willing to pick her as much. Tristana will be shoving a lot of waves though.
I wonder if we see an oddball tank here, like Scion or Tarek out of Dopest.
We will just have to see.
Aatrox locked in. No.
No, what?
All right,
Dude,
I'm
this is
changing my
such an-
channel point bet. Hold
Okay,
up,
the
give me a
thing about
sec.
Aatrox and a Sejuani is Aatrox is his. I feel like you have to pick a different top laner that doesn't allow for Sejuani to just build a ton of free armor. Because almost every member of Wound Respector's team, their main damage sources are all AD. They have Seraphine as their main magic dealer, and she's probably will build the Andres, but she's not pumping out like an ungodly amount of AP.
Yeah,
Like
but at the
she's
same time, I think Zhongxi actually did a very intelligent draft this time around. Because you're right, there's no real magic damage other than the Seraphine mid from the side of Women Respectors. But the Aatrox being picked up because I don't think Chris really plays any other magic damage dealing top laners. The Mordekaiser and Ornn were banned out, and his only other one really is Sejuani. So, um, and he doesn't play a carry top like Gwen. So I do think that this is really well played by Zhongxi in draft. Just because they forced him onto the Aatrox where he's now in the condition that we saw in the first two games where one of the top laners has to try and carry the game, or
yeah,
fall behind and be irrelevant.
Aatrox is very strong. He sits with a really high play rate. He's picked a lot in competitive. He is a carry top laner. He's an AD carry top laner. Normally you pick an AP mid, AD top. Um, but the thing that really bugs me about the Aatrox pick is he has to go in with his team, and his team is really like a full dive comp. But what stops Sivir, Zillion, Yumi, and from them just running away, just like backing up and having the enemy burn a lot of their utility?
Yeah. On the flip side, though, I think Renata's really good at denying Viego what he wants to do, which is just go in. If Viego goes too far in by himself, Renata can always ult and just send him flying back towards his own team. Um, and obviously, the handshake is a very good ability for just shutting down someone that's trying to dash in. Um, but I do worry about Women Respectors' lack of a real frontline. If Hecarim gets ahead, then it'll be fine.
But
But
if he doesn't,
Sejuani, yeah, if he doesn't, then they don't really have any options there. Now, with that being said, I do think Hecarim is completely busted in this patch, and I think he's an
yeah, I think
absolute
he's really
problem.
strong.
And I think any team that isn't prioritizing him in draft is, well,
Doing themselves a
trolling.
disservice.
Yeah, probably just trolling. Honestly, it's just so broken. But I think I think that Sejuani and Viego have really good synergy. So they might just be able to shut down the Hecarim because I mean Sejuani is just a CC machine, right? Especially with the
Yeah,
Viego.
yeah, it's gonna be really easy for Viego to gank top because a lot of junglers they really like to gank lanes that just have these hard CC mechanisms that are easy to land because it's very easy to read. Has the gank failed? Has you going for this gank failed? Did they miss their CC? But if they hit that CC, very easy to follow up as long as the enemy top laner and like Aatrox just isn't like super ahead, has like a whole item over someone, like or a component that just puts them with a lot of damage and survivability. It's very easy for Viego to come top and gank Aatrox.
Mm-hmm.
So the only crux I see for women respecters here is the Hecarim, because if Hecarim doesn't get super far ahead and doesn't just like get massive goal leads over Viego due to his power farming nature, um, he is not a frontline, and therefore their team is basically forcing this lethality probably eclipse Aatrox
Mm-hmm.
and Divine Sunder, Manamune,
Yeah.
Hecarim, who aren't tanks at that point. They're like bruisers, if anything,
Yeah.
to frontline into a Sejuani who's building all armor for the
Yeah.
most part.
I will also say one thing I haven't talked about yet in this draft is the Yumi, which I'm not going to lie,
I don't like it.
I don't like it, but it's not because I don't like the champion. I think it's, well, actually no, it's exactly because of the champion. It's not because of Hollow's Eve. It's the problem is Hollow's Eve is a really good support, and she knows exactly where she needs to be at most points in the game. But Yumi is just such a garbage champion right now with the nerfs, and her win rate reflects that, and so we'll be well. I'll be keeping my eyes on Hollow's Eve because she'll have quite the work cut out for her, especially into Aatrox, Hecarim, Renata this game.
Okay,
All right.
so the last question I have for you, Garrett, before we go to a break: who do you give? Who won the drafting phase?
I still do think that Zhongxi won the drafting phase, but the the level of execution required from them is going to be higher as well. So it's really hard to say who's going to win.
Okay. I personally favor the blue side draft from Songshi just because of the way that the red side is drafted majority AD damage. I think that that's going to make it a little harder. But if set up and Hecarim again set up an Eldaho, just get a mid jungle lead, I think their team can just run away with objectives. So we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with you guys on the Rift.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 3 of Zhongxi Wudai versus Women Respectors. Game 3 of the night, and our final game as well. Both of these teams going for, I think, a little bit awkward drafts for both of them, but there is a clear win condition being presented by both teams, so I do think that I favor the side of Zhongxi here in the draft a little bit, but we'll have to see.
Oop.
Just on a...
Brilliant vision coming down. Gold picked
Ooh, he
up for
gets
Shmi
plus
here.
20. Let's
Oh,
go.
that's game over. Game over. 20 plus gold. Gold difference already. Level 1.
Yep. And looks like Women Respectors win the early game. Congratulations,
I
Women
don't like the
Respectors.
wards placements coming out from the red side.
specifically coming out from Respectors, because they place basically their wards back to back, one on red and one that doesn't even see Raptors. I'd rather see it just a little more positioned closer to Raptors, so you still see the river entrance, but you're also able to just see one of the Raptor minions, because the whole camp will get pulled if someone damages it.
Yep, and a little bit of a potential early cheese. Yeah, a little bit of an early cheese from Rob here. They actually opt not to stay in the bush, but they do pull the wave, so it does mean that they will hit level 2 first here as Strand misses XP. Nothing too crazy going on in this lane otherwise, though. They will take a little bit of poke as Sivir and Yumi have decent poke early on, but yeah, this I expect all 3 lanes to be fairly boring
Safe.
actually early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because
I think until Hecarim hits 6,
everyone
it's
except
gonna
for Aatrox sort of lacks damage early on in this game relative to their lane opponent.
Well, if there is bad trades repeatedly from these players, I do think there's the potential. But until that does happen, I just don't see it. Because, I mean, look, Shmi is already down at 300 HP. He's popped the potion. He's going to be regenerating. But look at the positions of the junglers. They are cross-mapping each other. So they will be at different points for these Scuttle Crabs. They won't really contest. But Aatrox pushing this top lane prevents Hecarim from even kinking if he wanted to.
Yeah, pretty intelligent warding there, but meanwhile we see trading just continuing to happen on the bot side, and it's getting really scrappy, and maybe we'll get to see an early summer 2 blow here as Viego is path towards bot side here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is Viego has a relatively fast clear, but it's not as fast as Hecarim. And Hecarim, honestly, Dopus is gonna die here to the Ignite in the first blood from X-Ray. What was... This just doesn't respect the armor and the grass procs.
Hey man,
And
I did the I did the same thing to Dopest on his Aatrox the other day. The poor dude's not having a fun time with Aatrox lately.
I think Aatrox is a champion where like griefing like this is like game ending. Sejuani will probably get a free base here. And no, she doesn't. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we're seeing a gauge onto Strand. He will fall. He'll actually get the bailout, hopefully to get a kill. The tower will come in. That will trade the 80 carry for the support, but that's not what you want. The bailout just ends a little too early, and Strand will fall before the Yumi dies. So 1 for 1 on across the map. But
that was a little bit of a misplay from Hollow's Eve, though. She honestly didn't need to go back in for that. I know they wanted to probably try and just look for a second kill there, but taking 1 kill is often like, I mean, it's more than fine early game. Like, there's usually no need to actually extend into that second kill, and they end up getting punished for it. Strand actually ends up getting a kill, and so what was a 300 gold lead for them turns into, I guess it's still a 100 gold lead because they get the, or no, it's not even, because X-Ray got first blood earlier, so it's not even a real lead
X-Ray just didn't
by
charge
them.
him there. X-Ray has a pretty good item difference, and his early stats allow him to fight pretty effectively. And he's just dodging a lot of these. He is down a level technically, but
he does have better items, but Aatrox is actually still quite a bit stronger than him early on, which is why it was a little surprising to see him get solo killed earlier. I think the Ignite does make a big difference.
Yeah, the Ignite, but also the way that Dopus hits his Qs, because if he misses too many Qs, he doesn't get healing, but also doesn't get damage. Oh, Paulo trying to get his team to save him will unfortunately not be saved, as Eldaho will be there for the kill. Dopus, though, actually trading really well, though. Burns the flash out into X-Ray. X-Ray does not have the flash. He'll try to get out. The E is not up. Oh, he keeps walking boots v boots. He needs the Q. He needs the dodge. X-Ray needs the backstep. It actually gets
too
out.
Much.
Oh, Eldaho will actually punish this, though, taking some CS from the enemy. Really good job, actually, and this is probably quite critical because it throws off Diego's clear.
Yeah, it does throw off his clear a little bit. I actually don't think it matters too much, but man,
I like
getting
force the flash.
Yeah, Dopus burns the flash top lane and he doesn't actually get a kill. Okay, we'll wait for this scrap to go
Ghost
down.
is burned.
Yeah,
Born Summoner.
You know, this is just early sums being blown for no advantage out of women Respectors this time. yes, they have a gold lead right now, but with Dopus not getting anything out of the flash, now the ball is in Jix's court to make something happen in either of the solo lanes here, or potentially even with an invade into the jungle. So I want to see Jix actually go and just gank top lane while Aatrox has no flash, because you have a Sejuani who has incredible gank setup at level 6, and with the Ignite, he's basically guaranteed to have enough damage to kill. I don't really see it not happening, and Dopest won't have any tools to get away from the gank if it does happen, so I want to see that happen as the Viego is heading towards the top side here. And meanwhile, the dragon is up, so maybe it's something that Eldaho could look for here, especially if they do spot Viego if he goes top side. But other than that, like, it's just been well played by both teams in this early game.
I think it really comes down to hit level 6 for Eldaho. Tries to go for something, but he just doesn't have the level 6 to really get on top of him, along with the ghost not being available. They push in the wave.
Yeah, but they get more summoners there.
Yeah, they get the flash, but they're gonna get the wave, and X-Ray takes a trade into Dopus and wins again. And he's gonna be winning a lot more as soon as he finishes that boots.
Yep. And Dragon does go over to Eldaho's team here, most likely. Steal is possible, but unlikely. Yep, and
X-Ray.
Dragon just puts it away.
Meanwhile, Eldaho shows up. He has level 6 this time. He'll get the correct sphere. That will be unable to get out as Dopus will actually... Sorry, not Dopus. Goblin is left to die just to the fact that he can't trade for anyone. He gets caught. He doesn't have the flash. He doesn't have the ghost anymore. He just gets caught up in the CC chain of Eldaho and setup. And their gold lead is still the same, though. They get another kill, but it's still about 800.
Yep, and... well played by Women Respectors, just keeping their lead in this game, recognizing that they are stronger early on. Sivir not exactly the strongest AD carry early on, and they also knew that Goblin didn't have flash from earlier, so he gets punished for that in the end.
Yep.
I think that this early game's been really well played by Women Respectors here.
But look who's getting punished right here. Mostly would have been Hecarim getting punished there, but it's actually going to end up seeing Hecarim get the advantage because Aatrox is willing to sacrifice some CS to protect that red buff. And that's going to keep the red buff alive, going to keep the top side clear for Hecarim good, and he's just going to go probably do a full bot side clear base into probably finishing that Caulfield's Warhammer. If not, he will probably clear top side and go into Sheen as well.
Yeah, and first items are going to be finished here before second dragon for the side of Women Respectors, but probably not for for Herald, but probably not for Zhongxi here.
Oh, so X-Ray misses the dodge actually as setup. Sorry, Dopus actually goes for it. He has the ultimate is being used from X-Ray. He has to dodge an ability. He has to dodge a Q. He doesn't know if it's up. The Q will actually connect, though. That will be a critical strike for Dopest. Picking up another kill. He's like, you might have soloed me to gain the game, but I'll get that CS lead, that item advantage, and turn around the game in his favor.
Yeah,
getting around a 300 gold lead.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from Dopest when he's picking these top lane carry champions, because we know that he's probably the better top laner. Even though he doesn't play as much anymore, I think he still is the more mechanically talented top laner of the two, and I think that carry champions in the top lane are more suited towards his playstyle, and this is the first time that we're actually getting to see that in the series altogether, so very nicely played by him.
I also think carry top laners are just more valuable now than in previous La Liga seasons. It's just people are more willing to play champions that deal damage, such as Aatrox, and such as Mord, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it unfortunately doesn't go your way. We saw Mordekaiser in game 1 and 2 not do too hot. But the Aatrox here, picking up a pretty solid lead to finish out some of that raw damage, getting a 20 CS lead, getting a kill for himself, is going to get pretty strong soon.
Yep, and production, if you could please refresh the scoreboard, please, that would be greatly appreciated. Other than that, though, like, I think that the Seraphine is actually, well, as I say that, I'll get to talk eventually.
Oh, well, as Dopest just, like, Sorry, no, I keep saying Dopus instead of Goblin. Oh my god, I'm griefing, but it doesn't matter. Hollowverse tries to get the heal, actually. He will get out. He's running. Strand! Strand dies to the Sivir. What? Oh my gosh. Apologize there. I accidentally
Hollowverse.
called it Hollowverse a she.
Oh.
Sorry, he and a she. But, oh. He
Oh,
dies
okay,
to
he
the
does.
red buff burn! It's there! Meanwhile, another fight in the top side of the map, and it's just fighting everywhere. The bot lane trade, you think, oh my god, Goblin and Hollowverse, they're done for, and it actually turns out...
Said it again. Hollowverse. It's Hollowverse now.
It's Hollowverse now.
Spider-Man into the Hollowverse. Yep.
It's the Hollowverse.
Anyways, yeah, surely. Oh god, I'm dying because the team with a lead in La Liga managed to find another throw. We're getting really good at it here, folks. Oof, wow, that was why chase down a Yumi, man? You got the kill on the carry already. Who cares about the cat that's been kneecapped and nerfed into the ground? Honestly, I don't know. I just, even if you trade 1-for-1, that's worth it for Yumi and not for you. I'm just... this last game's gonna be a long one. It's scrappy. It's close. Both of these teams are playing imperfectly. It's great. This is the La Liga games I love to see.
Well, I think the thing is about this series is it really hinges on within these next three dragons, because if a team is able to, such as when Respectors, to threaten a soul point, it becomes very dangerous for the likes of Guangxi. But if we see repeated steps in the top side from X-Ray, I mean, he's already down to 500 HP, and Dopus can trade pretty freely without even having to worry.
Yep, blue side securing their first dragon of the game here off of their lane priorities, but I'd like to formally apologize to Hollow's Eve. You know, I was saying how Yumi is a useless champion, but apparently Hollow's Eve has a secret ability to just globally taunt the enemy team into tower diving you, so well played by these two to get out of here.
We're just currently seeing a little bit of a grief. The flash comes out from Goblin. He's gonna just continue to fight them in the 2v3 here, and that's the Kraken Slayer. And that's gonna be a kill onto Eldahose from Goblin, and that's gonna be the dodge of the ultimate. It's absolutely awful coming out for the likes of Wind Respectors. They actually don't even get a single kill there. They burn so many summoners, they burn so many ultimates, and they're not able to get a single thing. And Goblin picks up another kill, has the Kraken Slayer, potentially could actually kill Shmi here off a single Q combo or a dive, and he's 200 HP.
Yeah, I think
GYX is
actually
gonna dive this.
Yeah, he is gonna dive it. I think Renata gets out here safely though. I think Shmi actually thought he was playing Zyra again for a second because that ult, I don't know what he was trying to.
The side.
A little bit.
I know Sivir's fast, but she's not that fast at kiting.
Yeah,
maybe she still had the ghost up along with her ultimate, so she just had like a really large amount of movement speed.
Yeah. One thing. Okay, production is saying this is going to be a 20-minute game.
I call cap production.
Can one of the La Liga admins just kick Noah out of these calls, please? Like, I'm so sick of these Proton plat player takes. Proton take player.
Proton plat builds. They're prediction
Anyways.
player.
Yeah, Proton prediction player.
Making not plat level predictions.
Anyways, we've got
and Goblin is just chunking the living hell out of Shmi here as we're seeing GYX, they're posturing for this Herald, but Aatrox finishing that item over the likes of Sejuani. We'll see him take a significant advantage, but look what Hecarim just built. I shouldn't say just built, but he's been building. He's going for lethality.
Ben, I noticed that you like a lot of things.
I don't like that. I think that's not very good. I don't like it. I don't.
I think the joke went over your head. That's okay.
I don't like the Eclipse here. I think it's awful. You're going for like more AD into a team that's just gonna have Sejuani building armor. Like, your lethality is gonna be nothing.
Yeah, it's okay. First Herald being picked up here, or actually I don't know if it's the first Herald of the game or second, but it is picked up by Zhongxi Wudai here, as they make their way towards mid lane. I believe it was actually the Sivir that picked up the Herald Eye there. So Sivir obviously will be able to shove in waves on her own and just look to pop the Herald down whenever she pleases. Although I do think that Dragon should be coming up relatively soon. And so it might be possible for them to actually just save the Herald. I believe, I might be wrong about this, but I think the Herald timer is like 90 or 120 seconds to use it. And either way,
It's about 4 minutes exactly. I think you have 4 minutes.
oh, is it 4 minutes? That's
Off,
actually way
off
longer
the
than I thought.
spawn. Yeah.
Either way, it's definitely
Um,
enough time for Dragon to spawn, so I expect Rob to just hold it until probably like 20
Yeah.
seconds before Dragon is up. That way they can just pop it down mid and let it do its thing while they take Dragon and tell Women Respectors basically, hey, pick between saving your turrets or taking the Dragon. And you might lose that as well,
Ooh.
so.
Death bushes starting to form. They're looking to clear vision on here as Goblin will push the mid wave in as Sivir. He's quite safe because he's going to have Ghost, he's going to have Ult, he's going to have Stopwatch, the Yumi too. I mean, he has a lot of utility here.
Yep.
Oh,
And
that's going to be Eldaho pulling the trigger here. He tries to go for a Dave, and he's just creeping. That's actually such an awful play. And it's going to cost his team the Dragon potentially because they force out the teleport, but now they're down an ultimate that is so crucial for these team fights. And
Yeah,
22
down-
seconds until the Dragon.
down on ultimate, and more importantly, I think Eldaho gets chunked to half health there on the back half of that fight from the Sivir, so they're going to be fighting this with low health bars, and they might just have to concede this Dragon completely.
They
to
should. There's no
Zhongzhu
reason that
Wudai.
Women's Respectors should try to force this. They don't have the necessary tools.
Yeah, this Dragon is just gonna go to Zhongxi here. Nothing really much else to say, especially as Shmi also takes a chunk out, so now you've got multiple members at half-ish health.
TP from the Aatrox. This could be a Vishai
Bad.
raid boss moment. He's trying to be
it's
the raid
not.
boss for his team as that's going to see both of them go through. They're going to secure
Wow,
a kill
never
onto the
mind.
jungler though, actually. Completely changing this game as Dopus comes through. Hollowverse does attach himself to the mid laner. They're trying to go for the pick onto Strand. The flash is coming away. Setup is going to be on the side. They have the control ward here. Eldaho goes over the wall though, trying to take a top onto the top laner though. Has the healing necessary. Has the Eclipse. Going to see a lot of damage come out through the Goblin. Going to pop the Hourglass. Go Golden. He will end up falling. That will be the support dying as well. And Dopest with the TP in saves his team that Dragon.
That
and that's
fight was all
so
Shmi,
scrappy.
by the way. That fight was all Shmi. Without him landing that multi-man ult there to berserk everybody into hitting each other, Aatrox does not live there, and I'm pretty sure they just don't win the fight at all there if that doesn't happen.
Yep, and
Anyways, we see, yeah, second Dragon being picked up here. Beautiful team fighting from Women Respectors here. They're actually just really consistent at being able to take team fights in a very coordinated manner. You don't really ever see them getting very split up in many of these fights, and it's one of their strengths. But yeah, that was just incredibly well played by Shmi, I believe. I think it was a...
yeah, I think Shmi and Setup did just the wombo combo. Like Shmi hit his ultimate, like you said, the berserk, and then Setup just followed up with the charm, and that prevented Zhongxi from really just doing anything. They're just in this CC chain of berserk
it did
and
make
a charm.
It did make Aatrox look good, but I really do think that that doesn't happen if Shmi doesn't ult the way he does and with the timing that he has.
Yep. Tower is still up in this mid lane. It has yet to fallen, even with the Herald.
Yep.
Oh, Goblin. His Qs are getting quite dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. He's going just the crit build, which means, you know, his abilities are just gonna hurt like crazy this game, and we see they're probably gonna just get the turret here. I believe they still have Herald. I didn't see it popped earlier, but maybe I missed it.
No, it was popped to crash into this tower.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, it popped the crash. And actually, Eldaho has ult here. He does not have Ghost, though. They don't know how many people are within this topside jungle. They believe it is the likes of the top laner, but they don't know that the jungler is there.
I
Maybe
agree.
see him out on the ward.
The likes of Zhongxi Wudai here, they're just beating the likes of Women Respectors pretty good in this mid lane right now. Sivir's scaling with the likes of Yumi, and we're just seeing I mean, Eldaho's really strong, but at some point he will get to the point where Sivir will just outdamage him.
And meanwhile, we're seeing fights across the map on the top side on the bot. That's actually going to be an ultimate, but Goblin, he has the CC, he has the spell shield. He will not take the damage, and they're forced to walk away. Hollow's Eve, and she's not able to get out as Goblin is just getting bursted away. It's a triple kill for Strand. He just pops off there, down by a basically an entire item in terms of his DPS output. He doesn't have the Phantom Dancers, but he just pops a massive E into W and just lands on top of them, the rocket jump. Dopest fights at the top side too, and he's just winning every trade. It's just...
Yeah, I guess we've just gotten a new name for Hollow's Eve from the likes of Ben this cast. It's just...
Sorry, this were playing me so hard for mispronouncing that I like put way more mental effort than I normally do into pronouncing someone's name.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm sure Hollow's verse will not bully your team whenever they play you guys. Anyways.
Pronounce multiple ways because it has it's HOLLOSEVE. He can pronounce Hollow's Eve.
It's just Hollow's Eve, man. It's just Hollow's Eve. He keeps saying Hollowverse, that's all.
No, I said Hollow's Eve in that fight. I swear to God.
Anyways, no, I'm not too worried about it.
This is somewhat the most bully good thing ever is getting claimed on the desk.
Looking at this game now, we've got a 3k gold lead for women Respectors, and even though Rob's getting really strong, we see the problem with his team's draft here, where he doesn't really get a whole lot of peel. Also, Zillion was kind of MIA in that fight. Like,
yeah.
Yes, Zillion can revive the Sivir or ult her just to keep people away, but like, if she actually goes down in a fight, there's so much setup from to
no pun intended, I assume.
To just kill the Sivir if she revives or has to revive. Like, I don't know. The Zillion pick is good here for the speed, but the ult might actually be a trap in some scenarios.
Yeah, I think the only players you really are looking to ult isn't actually Goblin. You're looking to ult X-Ray and your jungler, GYX, because if they get bursted, they have a chance to come back in and get some CC or potentially get a possess. It's very easy for Viego, if blown up, to get a possess afterwards. You're going to see them turn onto the Baron.
Yep, they turn on the Baron and they're just going to blow it up. I mean, they have so much DPS here. It's already down at 5k and they haven't even walked into the river here.
That's going to be Ultimate's coming down. It's going to see picked up by Eldaho, but that's going to be a massive fight. He goes over the wall. Meanwhile, he's going to see two of his team members drop. That's going to be another one. The possess comes out. Dopus is in the middle of this without the being able to flash over the wall. He will not be able to get out. Currently, Hecarim trying to go for some sort of miracle back. He could have potentially taken the Hex Gates out, but he's just going to see...
The team in La Liga with a lead wouldn't throw, right?
Well, now it's going to be 2 drags to 2 drags. So this game state is incredibly more even than I expected. But they're going to see another tower.
Yeah, it does even up. I mean, I just think... I don't know.
I think the shutdowns actually make the gold difference go in favor of Zhongxi, just because, yes, you get 15,000, you get about 1,500 gold, for killing Baron. But if you lose 3 members, that's about 1,200 gold, and the shutdowns, which were equivalent to 900 gold. There was a shutdown on the Tristana, on the Seraphine, on the Aatrox.
I'd even go as far as saying that turning that fight and completely wiping Baron off of women Respectors, well, except for their jungler, as well as just picking up those shutdowns. I think that is enough for this game to be in their favor now. The gold lead might not reflect that yet, the scorelines might not reflect that yet, but the Sivir is scaling to the point where, well, honestly, she's the only one in this game scaling other than maybe Viego, but she's going to be...
Tristana has some scalingness, I will say.
In range, yes, but in terms of DPS, not really. I mean, Sivir just... in a fight between Sivir and Tristana, I think Sivir just wins.
Oh, I do agree, but 80 carries,
especially in a team fight.
Carries.
Especially in a team fight.
Yeah.
But
I think it really comes down to setup and Shmi looking for another Berserk Charm combo to really like take advantage of their CC difference between the two teams.
But I want to see. I actually would just want to see Mikhails come out of Yumi here next. Because what do you
Yeah.
do as women respecters once Sivir has QSS or any way of removing Renata ult or Seraphine Charm from herself? Like,
Oh, they're going to try to collapse onto Seraphine in this bot side, and it looks like it's going to be forgone as 4 members of Women Respectors rotate to protect.
now I'm not a fan of the. I don't know if Eclipse is meta on a Hecarim. Maybe it is.
It actually, it's normally seen within higher MMR brackets because it's very snowbally. Because with the lethality and also with the fact that we're actually, never mind, I'm going to pause for a moment as we see just Aatrox, he tries to play the game, but he just gets auto 1v2 and he just can't fight, and they're going to be able to just take a pick. The TP comes down probably a little late, didn't probably need it, but still getting a kid kill and a good pick just to the Yumi ult.
That's what I mentioned like a minute ago. Like, Sivir's at a point where nobody can match her straight up in a 1v1.
She's 3 items, but she's
got
three
Yumi
items
attached to
with a
her.
pitch.
You have to 2 or 3 man her to even think, like, start thinking about killing her. But
Ooh,
even
Hecarim.
then, like, I don't
Hecarim has
think
an
2
angle.
men from Women Respectors here will be enough.
This is an opportunity. Hecarim's on the backside. This is a great opportunity to ult. They need to clear this wave and then look for something. They're going to see the dive, but Hecarim is not there. She's coming into the fight too late. That's going to see the ultimates come down as Goblin actually falls quite low. Strand picks up a kill as Eldaho comes to the backside. He actually is turning this fight in his team's favor as X-Ray runs away. Shmeeb going to try to get over the wall as Eldaho speeds up. He runs around the other side. The TP comes down from Aatrox, and they're going to lose 3 members. The really fed Sivir is just exploded as they attempt to dive for the inhib there, and they throw their lead.
Yeah, Shmi gets another incredible ult there and completely splits Zhongxi Wudai in that team fight, and Rob falls very early as he gets completely isolated and Tristana gets his free hit. And it just turns into surely I'll leave it at that. Anyways, no, it was just well played by them, and they managed to stay alive in this game as a result.
Baron and Dragon have about the same respawn timer. They're synced up within about 15 seconds of each other, so we could see a 1-for-1 exchange from either of these teams. Blue is currently down about 2,500 gold, but most of that difference is between the top side, which doesn't really equate to much because Sejuani is doing the same thing in this game, really regardless of how much gold she has. As long as she is having completed items such as the Frozen Heart and her Mythic, she's just trying to stack armor.
Yeah, she's trying to stack armor, but
I'd like to see a MR item built, at least one.
I don't
because
even know
she
if
has
she needs to
300.
this game.
She has 358 armor.
I don't
That's
think she
so
needs
much
to.
armor.
Honestly, if she wants to build MR, she could also actually just go Mikhails as well. Like, just give your Sivir options to get out in the fight.
I don't know about that one.
Well,
I
the
think
thing is,
honestly,
she doesn't
Force of
need a lot.
Nature is better.
Well, no, she doesn't need that much MR. Like, the only MR on the side of Women Respectors here, really, realistically speaking, is Seraphine. And she's not building Void Staff, she's not going heavy Magic Pen, like, she's not going to be getting Shadow Flame or anything,
Yeah.
so it just...
Maybe just build HP then, but they're actually going to be looking to push mid and force
If you are
the
going to
enemy
go an
killing
MR
them.
item, I do think you go Mikhails.
They're turning for Baron. They're training the Dragon for the Baron. The spawn timers are off by about 3 seconds, so if the Women Respectors choose to run towards this Baron with the Aatrox, they could look for a fight that gives them both of these objectives. I think
And they're
gonna
running
be
straight
off.
up towards the Baron. They know this is happening. Okay, we've got 8,000 health on the Baron, but it is melting 4k now.
Oh, it's going fast. As gonna see Goblin with the jungler secure it as they run forward. The ultimate comes through, but that's gonna be a lot of CC as they're gonna look to burst him down. He will barely survive. The bailout will not keep him alive for much longer though, as Goblin with the Yumi is just untouchable in the backside as we're to see a multi-man ultimate coming out. He's pushed on the backside. That's gonna be a great possess, a great kill. He will not be able to survive for much longer as X-Ray just keeps running, keeps CCing the enemy team. He's gonna get the movement speed. The Yumi will keep him topped up. And he doesn't even fall to that last 1,000 HP. He's just level 16 and sitting around with 3,000 HP. He's just so tanky.
Yep, and it's really hard for these team fights at this point in the game to go Women Respectors' way.
This could be game.
We've mentioned it several times, but Sivir doesn't have a match in these team fights. fights. Nobody's going to be pumping out the damage like she does, and well, she just gets a free hit in that fight, and you see what happens when that can occur.
I think a lot of this comes to the fact that I think Eldaho pulled the trigger too early. He thought he's like, I have to look for something. I have to force some sort of play to win my team the game, and he ends up going in by himself. His team is too far away. They can't back him up on his engage, and it ends up seeing him die. Bailout happens, and the enemy is still sitting comfortably around 3/4 of their HP before a kill is even looked to be traded.
Yep. Have you seen a Flame Horizon yet in La Liga this season?
We've seen it before. It's happened. It's an item that's been built. I mean, I've built it on a 0 before.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Shadow Flame. Flame Horizon. Talking about 100 CS up.
Yeah, because it's about to happen.
I mean,
bot side,
no, that's
for the bot
definitely happened before.
Has it in La Liga this season? I don't actually know.
I think it's happened through just like bot lane differentials. Like I'm pretty sure we saw Strand have almost a very high CS lead in the series that I played against him. I remember. I'd have to probably look at the stats, but it was at least 70, if not more.
Yeah, Ben, I gotta say, I would not rather have the games go any other way. We saw Stomp Game 1, we saw Stomp Game 2, and it became very tense in Game 3, and it's been very, very back and forth and scrappy this whole time, but only a 1k gold lead manifesting out of all
look
of that.
At the gold lead between the 80 carries.
Yes,
Holy,
that is
3,000 gold lead differential.
It is made up by the gold lead in top lane and in mid lane, but yeah, it's huge. Rob is definitely.
Diego could be looking here. He's gonna see himself not pushed out completely by the ultimate, as both teams are gonna be throwing down everything they possibly have. As the Seraphine ult comes with a 3-man charm, that's gonna see the likes of Aatrox fall. Goblin is just under the tower. Strand tries to jump away. He's just left to auto attack as the enemy team just rips through him. He does not secure a single member. As Women Respectors watches as Goblin completely rips and shreds through their team like there's no tomorrow as they look to end through the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's game. It's really, really unfortunate for Women Respectors and my channel points again. But no, it's just well played by Rob's team. They got yeah. Well, it is. No real tanks from the side of Women Respectors. They just finished up Death Dance items, but too little, too late. Like the Sivir just became a snowballed monster, and there was no answer from it on the side of Women Respectors this game. All right. Well, with that game, I believe we look to bring in an interview if possible. Of course, as always, we will let Twitch chat decide who we should bring in. So if you have any suggestions for interviewees, let us know. Otherwise, we'll just pull someone in at random. All right. Seeing quite a bit of Jix requests, so I think we'll go ahead with that. So if we can get him in here, that would be great. Which I don't have permission to do, of course, so
Mods, wake up.
I don't think any of the mods are awake. It's like 11 p.m. here, man. Yeah, that's just me.
You're playing a risky game regarding other people.
Oh, there we go. No, we got him.
We got him in.
Dude, you
Anyway.
guys need to interview Robin.
Yeah.
Joey.
No. You were elected, sir. You were asked by the Twitch chat to be interviewed. How's it going, man? How does it feel to win that game?
Feels good to do 14,000 damage and get absolutely damage charted by Rob.
So the first question I have for you, Riley, is obviously in game 1 we saw your team popped off super hard, and then in game 2 we saw the same thing from Women Respectors. So, you know, I want to know what your team's mentality was like going into game 3 and sort of what your thought process was behind changing up draft so that way you can, you know, bring home game 3 and win for your team.
I mean, we just kind of took a soft reset. I used my hidden OP strat in between games, and then we just balled out on the last one.
Your hidden OP strat. Now, is that something you can share with the desk or the
I can-
casting desk or?
I cannot, just in case other teams try to use it against me.
Okay. Does it involve like doing
Will
jumping
involve a
jacks
lot
or
of caffeine.
physical activity?
No, it's pretty much just sit at my desk and just wait.
Okay.
Okay.
It's hard to, yeah.
So I want to know how you guys planned on handling Eldaho in Game 3, because obviously he was the main reason why Women Respectors did so well in Game 2. Obviously, in Game 2 he went to every lane, got flash out of someone in every lane in the first 5 minutes, and just was basically snowballing his team out of control. So, from your perspective as a jungler, how do you deal with that?
I see. I think the second game, it's pretty hard once he gets those flashes out to try to play. But if we play a little bit safer with the first couple minutes of the game, we can get wards in and be able to kind of track where he's at, so we know where we can pressure, where we can't pressure, where we need to be.
Yeah, and we definitely
So
saw more of that in Game 3.
I do have one question because obviously the series goes to 3 games, and I don't have how much experience your team has of playing best of threes, especially with the new La Liga format change. But did that change to how weekly games go, no longer being best of ones, like really impact the way that your mental was? Because obviously momentum matters after that first game you guys won, but in game 2, it seemed like Women Respectors really took control and just ran over that game. So do you think like your team's mental wasn't affected by losing, or do you guys just think it just doesn't matter? You guys played so many series that it just doesn't phase any of you anymore.
I don't know. I've definitely played a lot of series, so you get used to it after a little bit, and I feel like it definitely helps so that there's not like a one-off game that randomly happens to you, where like if for instance like the second game was the only one we played, it kind of would have sucked. But having the three
Yeah.
games definitely helps to be able to kind of track where your mental's at and make sure that you're playing to your best.
How do you think you personally performed throughout these 3 games? Because obviously your game, like 2 performance wasn't very hot, and game 3 you had some good flashy plays there with that flash like into the possess during one of those fights. But do you feel good about your performance? Do you think there's something you could have done better, or tell
I
me
mean,
about it?
I think there's things that everybody could have done better in this series, but overall, I think everybody played pretty smart, and it was a fun couple games to play.
Okay.
All right, I have one more question for you, Riley. One, actually, it's a two-part question, but it's one
Okay.
question. Yeah. First of all, new name. What's the story behind it?
I saw a 3-letter name that was open, and I snagged it.
Fair enough. Two, how do
That's
you
pretty much
pronounce it?
that we're
Is
still
it
trying to figure
Jix?
that
Like,
out.
is it pronounced like? Is it a hard G or like a J? This is like GIF versus GIF, you know?
He hasn't made up his mind yet. Okay.
All right.
I
Yep.
do have one last question. So obviously that was the 3rd week of games. What do you think about this league so far in terms of like the competitiveness of the teams? Do you think these games are probably the closest you've played in, like in the Liga, or do you think there's still like some of these games are very much blowouts?
I think we lost him. It's okay.
Riley just left.
I asked which way to pronounce his name, and he
He
disappeared.
just dipped.
So I'm
Yeah. Okay.
convinced that there is no right way now, and that this is actually going to be a thing. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Anyways, that's all we have time for. Thank you guys for coming out and watching this game. We appreciate it as always, and have a good night.